بر ضد جوانای این وطن، بر ضد جهان طور یک عیانه که از آساما اون بدتر است.
Abdurrahman escaped from the web of addiction, but many Afghans still struggle. North of the Hindu Kush in Afghanistan is where the Central Asian steppes begin, a flat, grassy plain that stretches hundreds of miles into Russia. In Balkh province, farming and herding still prevail as a way of life. Today, the province is poppy-free, the result of the government's rigorous anti-narcotics campaign. But addiction rates are growing. And it's here where Dr. Mohammed Ehsan Hamra practices, serving some of the most remote parts of the country, where access to medical care is limited. Dr. Ehsan sees many addicts whose abuse resulted from war, displacement, or a society in chaos. However, he also encounters traditional communities where drug addiction is rampant. The UNODC estimates 1/3 of the people in this district, mostly Turkmen, are drug addicted.
بیشتر قوم ترکمن به شکل قبیلوی زندگی میکنن و از سالهای بسیار زیاد یا مصروف استعمال مواد مخدر، آن هم به خاطر کاهش دردشان است و عدم دسترسی به خدمات صحی باعث ازی شده که سالهای زیاد این مردم از اوپیوم یا تریاک من حیث دوای ضد درد استفاده کنند و عامل اصلی هم من فکر میکنم که یا کارهای سنگینم مثل قالین بافی و چیزهای دیگه میکنن.
In a traditional village, opium addiction may look different than an urban setting. 50-year-old Najiba, a mother of 5, is a carpet weaver whose rugs are sold in shops in the provincial capital of Mazar-e Sharif, 30 miles away. Opium also serves another purpose, for rug weavers needing to keep their hands free of child-caring duties.
از نظر ما یک تراژدی است، یک تراژدی انسانی که یک طفل هیچ گناهی نداره که او معتاد شود، او احتیاط کسب کنه و تجربه که ما در این ساحه دارم و کارهایی که در این ساحه ما کردیم این برای من نشان داده که مادرات و عدم آگاهی از ضرر مواد مخدر یا از ضرر تریاک یا اوپیوم و اونمو هست که طفل که هیچ گناهی نداره و گناهی از این اونمو هست که جامعه فقیری مثل افغانستان، جامعه که سطح آگاهی مردم آنقدر بلند نیست که از ضرر مواد مخدر بفهمند که اولاد خدا که بسیار دوست داشتنی می باشند و زندگی راحت داشته باشند، زندگی عاری از مواد مخدر داشته باشند.
Begun in childhood or later to alleviate work-related pain, opium addiction often continues into old age. While illegal opium is a threat within Afghanistan, it's also a threat to the world community, and solutions must extend beyond Afghanistan's borders. Reducing worldwide demand is one solution.
If you eradicated every opium poppy in Afghanistan, you would still have drugs on the streets of my constituency and, you know, in small-town America. What we have to do is we have to focus on dealing with demand for drugs and not just seeing it as a question on the supply side.
If you look at any success story in the world on fighting drugs, you have to reduce demand in the countries that have the demand while simultaneously cutting off the supply.
Meanwhile, as the insurgency continues in the country, efforts to curb the drug trade have yet to produce results. A UN assessment for 2008 found opium cultivation at virtually the same levels as the record-breaking harvest in 2007. Welcome news for traffickers in the country.
دتی واړه کچاکبرانی مونږ د طالبان او د حکومت یعنی هغو سره مونږ کوم ارتباط نه لرو نو په دې خاطر باندې مونږ په دې باندې مطمئن یو چې دا کوکنار به تر ډیر وخته پورې زموږ کاروبار به هم د دې کوکنارو تر موجودیت پورې دا هم ادامه پیدا کوي.
There's agreement Afghanistan's illegal drug trade slows the country's progress toward becoming a stable, economically independent democracy. But there's not agreement on how best to deal with the poppy problem, or how long it will take.
Putting an end to the opium cultivation in Afghanistan is going to take a very long time. Perhaps 20 years, perhaps 25 years. But we have to start, and we are starting now.
It took almost 30 years for Afghanistan to get into the condition that it's in now. It will take a long time to rebuild the institutions, the trust among people, and the basic functionings of the economy.
I think it's totally wrong to say that we are losing Afghanistan. There's a risk of that. But people who know Afghanistan see there's a lot of hope in that country too. And what we need is perseverance, political will. We need to recognize it's going to take some time to do this, and then we can do it.
Tehran's Hafte-Tir Square is a hub of activity even at night. Along with shops and restaurants, there's also underground business taking place. It's known as one of the neighborhoods where prostitutes and their clients can meet. In Iran's religiously conservative society, prostitution is not only illegal, even discussing it in the media is taboo. But RFERL's Radio Farda was able to interview sex workers from different walks of life, as well as their clients and employers. They spoke openly, using pseudonyms, about a thriving business that often takes place just out of view. Studies by independent researchers have found that around 50% of Iranian sex workers are married. Many are university students or still in secondary school. And an Iranian welfare organization found that girls as young as 12 work in the sex trade. But crackdowns by the police are rare, according to Pari, who works as a so-called auntie, arranging business for other women.
کلا مامورا خیلی به پرپاتون نمیپیچن؟
حالا نکنی نه کاری نه نهایتش اینه که حق حسابشو میگیره ولی نه به من که گیر نداره
چرا؟
حالا نیستم.
If someone is caught, a judge can impose prison time or lashes. And punishment is more likely to be handed to sex workers than to their clients. That allows some clients to take a casual attitude toward paying for sex, even counting it as a routine expense.
الان اگه نرخ امروز بخوام بگم کمترینش 200 تومنه، بیشترینش هم دیگه 1 تومن 2 تومن اینا هست. من خودم مثلا شاید ماهی مثلا 2 تومن اینا، ولی دوستان هستن که مثلا ماهی 5 تومن قشنگ اومد.
A number of women describe the harsh economic pressure that drove them into sex work. Iran is in the midst of its worst financial crisis since the 1980s, driven partly by punitive U.S. sanctions.
اوضاع خرابه، ما خیلی خوشمون نمیاد ولی دیگه مجبوریم. الان همه چی گرون شده. بعد یه جوری خرج زندگیمون رو در بیاریم دیگه.
دیگه پول بخوام کار نداشته باشم خب دیگه این کار بلدم دیگه.
یه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر باشه بازم انجام میدی؟
اگه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر بشه قبل از این پیداش کرده بودم.
The economic pressure has only worsened during the coronavirus crisis. Sex workers who can't afford to lose their incomes must add the threat of COVID-19 to the other risks they take.
قضیه تکیه کنم دیگه من هیچ جا باید نباید برم دیگه، یعنی دیگه باید از گشنگی بمیرم. بخوام از مریض بترسم انقدر واقعا نیاز دارم مجبورم برم. بخوام خیلی هم رعایت کنم و خیلی.
Some women also spoke about being coerced into sex work, even by family members.
اولین بار من چند بود، من 17 سالم بود که بگی پسر پولدار بود به مامانم گفته بود این دختر تو اگه بیاری مثلا من باشه من اون موقع نرخ حالا مثلا 80 تا 50 تومن بود، گفتم من 1 میلیون بهت میدم دختر تو بده یه شب پیش من باشه. از اون زمان من دیگه واقعا دختر نبودم که هنوزم دیگه ادامه داره. این با مامانم با هم میریم پیش، حالا مامانم جدیدن دیگه یه سال نمیاد. خب منم خیلی حالا نسبت به مامانم خیلی بیشتر طلبه داشتم به قول معروف.
Sex work is shrouded in secrecy in contemporary Iran, but the situation was different before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. One Tehran neighborhood was a legal gray zone. Prostitution was tolerated there. But many women and girls were the victims of trafficking, as one woman explained in this 1966 documentary.
اینا هم که 9 سال، 8 سال، 10 سال، 15 سال دارن اینا را توی جمشید شبا میبرن استفاده میکنن، میبرن تو خیابونا میفروشن شبا به راننده ها، به مثلا مردمی که میخرن، به مردای مثلا عرق و فلان میبرن میفروشن.
In the midst of the upheaval of 1979, the neighborhood was attacked by revolutionaries who set an apartment building on fire. An unknown number of residents died. Months later, 3 well-known madams were executed on the orders of a conservative judge.
خدا می‌فرماید قاتلوا ائمة الکفر با سردمداران فساد پیکار کنید و حالا هم وقت اون رسیده است.
Today, with prostitution driven underground, some sex workers are in favor of legalization, saying that would give them greater safety.
اگه بتونیم کارمون رو قانونی انجام بدیم و بهداشتی باشه هم برای خودمون بهتره، برای سلامت خودمون بهتره، همینی که دیگه آسیبی به جامعه نمیرسونه.
But that seems impossible in an Islamic theocracy like Iran. The women who try to earn a living this way must do so in the shadows, with all the dangers that entails.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? This is a week of Valentine, and so I'm sending you my love. I wish you joy, happiness, and laughter. After all, what is love without mirth? If you think you have no one special, pick up a mirror and you see love looking back at you. Shakespeare has nothing on my guest today, and his voice is smooth like velvet. Barry White. If you don't know, ask your mother. He has used poetry to capture the hearts of his special lady and fans alike. Fortunately for us all, he has published several books, and so we are free to borrow some lyrics. Join us after the break and get some romantic tips for this Valentine. I don't care what anyone says, Valentine's Day is special. And today I want to focus on people who found love a second time around and after a particular age. The reason is to give hope to singletons out there. Even WHO has some interesting ideas on how to spend Valentine's Day if you're single, because they recognize that loneliness triggers mental health issues. So they say, enjoy yourself, call friends, and do something that's good for your health, such as train for the marathon like I'm doing, and run for a good cause, or dance like no one is watching, because believe you me, no one is watching. So bring out some wine, bring out some tea, bring out something nice as we go on break. My guest today is Dr. Andrew Ayo-Yibo. He's become a regular here, a lawyer, an author, and a publisher, and he's a senior pastor at Ezra House. His book, For the Love of Ayami, is a collection of poems dedicated to his beautiful wife, Fumilola. After his first marriage ended in a divorce, Pastor Ode was blessed to find love when he was not looking. Their love story is inspirational, and it reminds us that life is full of pleasant surprises and divine interventions. When you think it's a wrap, God says, action. And so, action, Pastor. Welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you?
I'm jolly good, thank you. I'm
jolly
doing
good.
Very well, thank you. Jolly good. That's about it. Doing jolly good.
So it's a Valentine's week.
Yes.
And we're here to celebrate with this amazing, incredible ode to love.
Yes.
So tell us, who's this beautiful woman that is in front of this book?
That's my wife, Oluwafumilola.
Okay.
Oluwafumilola Orishe Meyiwegbemi.
All right.
Eyitemi Ayo-Yibo.
Okay.
Those two names I gave to her.
I wanted to say, did her parents do all this work? Okay.
Orishe Meyiwegbemi means God gave this one to me. Then Eyitemi means this is my own.
You know, every time you talk about your wife, you know, you just have this star popping out in your eyes.
Well,
and all of that. She's a beautiful woman. I've had the pleasure and privilege of meeting her.
Yes.
But before we get into the story proper, this is not your first marriage.
No, sadly, unfortunately, it's not.
You're a pastor.
I'm a pastor.
how did that happen? You're not widowed, so.
How did it happen? Well, it's like this. Marriage, a successful marriage is based on two things. Husband loving his wife as Christ loved the church, living his life for her. Wife submitting to, fitting in with, and respecting the husband. As the church does to Christ. Those are the basis of success in marriage. So the two reasons why marriages succeed, right? Everything else is commentary. Everything is a story. There are also the two reasons why marriages fail. If a husband is not loving his wife as Christ loved the church, living his life for her, and the wife is not submitting to the husband and fitting with his plans as Christ does to the church, the marriage will fail. So when people ask me, how did it happen? Now, they want to hear a story. But I don't have stories to tell. All I have is just that simple statement. I obviously did not love my wife as Christ loved the church and laid his life for her. And she obviously did not submit to me as she ought to. And that's it. That's always the rest of the failure. Everything else, every story I can tell here is a commentary. And of course, the problem with stories sometimes is that they're almost invariably self-serving. So I'm going to tell you what a wonderful chap I was and, what a nasty piece of work she was. And that's not true. I mean, that's just not true.
So what do you say, because you're a pastor, so it's very important for people to understand that if a marriage is not working, the people should not be sentenced to staying together.
Okay, that's a theological point. Now, on the face of it, you open your Bible, on the face of it, the clear face reading of Scripture.
Yeah.
So the only basis of divorce is marital unfaithfulness or infidelity.
Yes.
That's it. When that's the only basis that
a woman's infidelity, not the man's own.
Well, in that particular case, actually, because remember back in the day when Jesus was making that point, divorce was not available to the woman. It was available just for the man. That was a completely patriarchal society, right? But of course now it has to be both cases. So one or the other, whether it's a man or the woman who is unfaithful, maritally unfaithful. There's some depth to the other, but we don't want to go into all of that stuff. That's the basis of it. Then, of course, there are also exclusions in the Bible, right? If two people cannot live together, let them be separate. But then let them remain unmarried. That's one thing there. If two people are married, one is a Christian, the other is not a Christian, and the non-Christian says, I'm not happy to live with you, let them be divorced. There's no problem with that situation. You can remarry again. So there's only exclusions there. So I would not be sort of honest to my own Scripture to say, based on my experience, that you can just willy-nilly live your marriage because there's that or there's not that. That said, my general understanding is that the fundamental reason why marriages don't work is because of the hardness of the hearts of the parties, either one or both, right? So that's what Jesus said. In the beginning, there was no provision for divorce. There was none at all. But because of the hardness of your heart, Moses gave you the right to a bit of divorcement. That's what divorce came. All right. So that said, after saying all of that, I'm making sure I'm not sort of giving some exculpatory answer just because I had that. I'll agree with you. If you're married and you're not happy, and you've done
all you're supposed to
everything you're supposed to do, all of that, you're not happy. And of course, whether it's physical abuse, that's not even the question. That's not even the discussion. Yeah. Whether it's physical abuse, that's not the question. Now, the abuse that we don't recognize that much is emotional abuse.
Okay.
Which is a terrible thing. And the verbal abuse, of course. Now, if there's an abuse situation, you're not obligated to stay in that situation.
But people can fall out of love.
Right. Now, if it's just that, that's no basis.
Okay.
That's no basis. Now,
you can tolerate and remain.
Yeah, because remember, the love we're falling out, it's not real love now. It's infatuation. Because this Valentine thing that we're celebrating, by the heart of it, what I call the giz-giz, My heart is making jiggy jiggy like an railway.
This is another love book.
Yes, sir. My heart is making jiggy jiggy like a railway. You know the song back in the day, Otejo Jordan in Benin.
Yeah.
Oh my darling, oh my lover, when I think of you, my heart is making jiggy jiggy like a railway. But when I see you, my heart is making meow meow. That's infatuation. That's not love.
Well,
so when someone says I'm falling out, that's what they're talking about.
Okay. We'll take a short break because we're here to talk about love, not falling out. When we come back, we'll talk about you falling into love again. See you after the break.
Hi everybody, my name is Beverly Osu. Shout out to Plus TV. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it's the Literary Bar, and this is our Valentine's Day episode, or Valentine's Week. We're talking about people finding love the second time. Our guest today, Pastor Ode, is a pastor who was divorced but found love the second time. He was talking to us about why people would divorce, end a marriage for whatever reasons. He's not advocating that, but he was blessed to find love a second time. His book today is dedicated to his very beautiful second chance at love. So, without further ado, we're just going to get into some of the beautiful poems he wrote to his wife. I'm going to give you the book you gave me in love. You'll give it back.
I'll give it back.
Oh, yeah. The second act.
The second act. This is from For the Love of Ayami. Ayami is Shekeri for my wife. Iyawomi in Yoruba. The second act. This is not a stage acted play of a life in fiction. This is the second act of the active verb that is holy matrimony. For her, the first act was a blast of joy. Business started early but left unfinished by clammy hands. With all the incidents and accidents in the long drawn-out process of becoming, but underneath all, the divine joy and pleasure. His first was a blast of failure and recrimination, of antipathy and too many borderline states of mind. The noise was intense. It could not in mixed metaphors stand the heat. He bailed out, he bolted out, was pushed out. What does it matter? The first act ended in a blast of failure. Now this, the second act. On the table, love without defense, an uncommon openness and vulnerability, a certain teenage naivety, the joy of life and the thought of the other. There's also history and memory, burdens, baggage and trauma. Where it is he was prepared to feast. We expect that though we walk through the valley, he'll help us through and out. He is Ebenezer. He has the word of completion. His indwelling spirit and word will see us through. And having done all to stand, we will stand out in the timbre and luster of our nascent love. Amen.
Amen. Wow. I told you Shakespeare had nothing on you. Neither does Barry White. If you don't know Barry White, ask your mother. So, your first wife was widowed, and so his
second wife.
Yes. Your second wife, yes, was a widow.
Yes.
When you guys met.
Yes.
So, and it was a happy marriage from what you wrote. But yours was a blast, but not that kind of blast.
No.
Your own was the blast booze of the blast.
Yes.
Here you try to explain in this very lovely poem how her joyful union and your
less than joyful
union eventually came together. Divine intervention.
Yes.
However, you guys met at a cemetery?
We met first time on the plane.
Okay.
Second time at the cemetery.
Okay, and that's some sort of a resurrection.
Yes.
resurrection of love.
Yes.
But when you got your divorce, did you ever think you'd get married again?
Yes.
You knew?
I wanted to get married again.
Okay.
I wanted to get married because, it's like this. From the first, I wrote an article about marriage and family at the age of 14. I've always been a believer in holy matrimony and conjugal felicity. That's the word we use there. I've always been a believer in marriage. I just like that idea. Now, but because I got the first one and evidently I was very bad at it. But I was that bad at it. I was still a strong believer that this thing is supposed to be something. When Adam saw Eve and says, "Oh, this is bone of my bone," there was dreadful exhilaration.
Adam had no option. He had not seen a woman before.
Well, yes, no. But remember, all the animals are supposed to be options.
Really?
That was the plan.
Oh my God!
It was naming them. It was naming them. He named them.
Yes.
So he was naming them. When he saw this one, he named a woman. Why? This is bone of my. Something spoke to him.
Yeah. Well,
so there was a joyful exhilaration about this thing. So I knew that. So in spite of all the hurt and the pain, the trauma, disappointment, the failure, all of that stuff, I knew I wanted to get married again, but I knew you had to be something.
Why are people so scared of getting married, even first time or second time? Why?
Well, first of all, because they don't. I mean, like you remember where I said it from. I believe marriage. I believe in marriage. I believe marriage is the second most important thing on earth after getting born again. Is the person to whom you get married, right? And being married is supposed to be a crucible of happiness and health and healing and all that stuff. Now, if you have that fundamental belief, you go ahead and do what you got to do. But if that's not your belief, if you're judging from your experience, what you've seen around, what you heard around, what you felt around, of course you're afraid. So you're basically judging from your trauma, not from the revelation of God's word about what marriage is supposed to be.
A lady got married recently at 53, and everybody was like, "What? Is it still possible?" And she was saying that delay is not denial.
No, it's not.
So, like I said, I'm dedicating this show to people who are finding love at a later stage in their life, or even the second, or maybe even the third time around.
Sorry, my cousin got married 2 weeks ago at 65.
Wow.
Second marriage in America.
Is it better? Second marriages?
Oh, she called me. She was sounding like a 16-year-old, all giggly and in love and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that was like, ooh, wow. And when I saw her picture, she looked so different. It was amazing. It was amazing. 4 months ago, my very close older sister, sister, got married. She was 64. Just 3 months ago. She was a widow.
Wow.
Yeah.
And everybody tries to give this impression that after a particular age, your sell-by date is gone and there's no hope.
Those are the stories we tell ourselves, right? They're basically journals of hope and expectation.
Yes. So what do you say to someone who's struggling and thinking that life has passed them by after a particular age?
Well, tell them that is the story you're telling yourself. So change your story. Change your story. You got to change your story. You got to change the story you're telling yourself. When you're telling your stories of hopelessness and failure and defeat and despondency, you're telling stories based on your history. But you got to tell stories based on your future, your imagination, your expectation, your desire.
So your first marriage was a blast, as you said, all the wrong reasons.
Yes.
How did you make it better? What changed the second? What did you learn from that one that you applied to this one?
The good thing was, first of all, I didn't get married in a rebound.
Okay.
Right, so there was some time between the separation. Separation was reserved for 6 years before the divorce. Then the divorce, another 6 years or so before I got married. So
now you're married to Ayomi for
yes.
How many years now?
It's going to be 10 years. Next is 10th anniversary. The next one we're celebrating the 10th anniversary.
Wow.
Yes. So but between that period, there was a growing and a learning. I mean, I wrote so many different profiles of the kind of woman I wanted to marry. But I also understand that when you're writing a profile of the kind of woman you want to marry, you got to write a profile of the kind of man you need to be to qualify for that kind of woman. When you talk about the Proverbs 31, now remember Proverbs 31 woman, That virtuous woman that we preach about in church so often, and we use as a stick to beat up the women.
Yes.
It was not written to women.
Thank you.
It was written to the man.
Please tell them.
It was actually written, it was the queen telling her son, this is the picture of a woman. But then the fundamental question was, what kind of man do you have to be to qualify for this kind of woman?
Bam. Tell them.
Because the first 10 verses were addressed to the prince himself, telling him what a king should not do, what a king should not be. He must be a man of courage, a man of virtue, a man of wisdom, all that kind of stuff. Then they now went to describe this woman. So the question was, what kind of man do you have to be to marry this paragon of excellence?
Imagine.
Right? So when I was writing my profiles, and I went over some years, I wrote this kind of woman I wanted to be, and then now wrote the kind of man I needed to be to qualify for the kind of woman. An exercise I didn't do first time around.
Okay.
Because remember, talk about where you
so
live.
Is it age and maturity?
Age and maturity.
Okay. But I want to find out, lightly, because I still want you to read the eponymous title.
Yes.
How did you chase her? What did you tell her? How was the chasing?
Well, I met her on the plane.
Okay.
We got talking. And she told me she was a widow.
Oh.
And we just talked and talked. I didn't tell her much about myself. They asked me lots of questions. And we were talking. Then I then said something like, so I said to her, so are you thinking of getting married again? She said, oh no. She's not thinking of getting married again. I mean, she had a very happy life. Her husband was a very good man. She doesn't really want to start bothering thinking, how is she going to be that kind of person again?
Yeah.
So I then said something like, you must always live with possibility. The possibility that you might get married again. As I remembered my question, I said to her, what's a beautiful woman like you doing, not remaining single? You're young, you're beautiful, what are you doing? That's what I said to her, and then we left. Then 6 months later, I didn't say again for another 6 months. That was at the cemetery.
Wow.
We've been talking. Yes.
That's really...
6 months after that meeting in the cemetery, 5 days after that meeting in the cemetery, we got engaged.
Sharp. Sharp shooter.
It's clear.
So, okay, before we round up, there's no way we're going to end this program without actually hearing the poem that is the title of this book.
Yes.
Once again, I'm borrowing you new. Give it back.
Thank you. I'll give it back to you. For the love of Ayami. For the love of Ayami, my wife, Olukumi, my beloved confidant, I cut up onion slices, not minding the programmatic agitation of my tear ducts. I discovered my hidden domesticity, hidden not under the shadow of the Almighty, but in my story and history. Love certainly does things, apart from making the world go round, that is. For the love of Ayami, I have become my best self, even winning paternal commendation and approbation for the choice I made, and all the extent consequences intended or not. For the love of Ayami and for her sake, I obtained additional favor. She's a good thing that like a dynamo keeps on giving, keeps on generating. Iyaomi, who in short order has come the engine room of my life. Unlike John Galt, she will not collude with others to take out my running motors. For the love of her husband, the answer to the prayer she never knew she prayed, she will not. For her sake, and by her grace, I take my seat in the magic circle, and with the elders at the gate, I live a charmed and charming life by the graced favor of my connection with Ayami. Ayami, my wife, Olukumi, my confidant, my beloved.
Oh my God, a round of applause for you.
That's all myself.
That's so beautiful.
Yes.
Yes, and even taking time out to write this, with her in mind.
And 10 years later, it's still as true as I ever said. It's even more true now, actually.
Oh, yeah, and it shall be.
Amen.
For years and decades to come.
Amen.
God bless you, and God bless the beautiful Mrs. Fumilola Eyoyibo.
Yes.
God bless your family.
Thank you.
As always. And God bless every single person who's out there looking for love. It's never too late. Delay is not denial.
No.
There is someone out there for you. But in the meantime, show that love to yourself, because you, more than any other person, deserve your love. Yes. Thank you for sharing your time and beautiful poetry with us. Your story gives us hope that love is out there and it knows the right address to visit. Like I said before, delay is not denial. Never lose hope. But while you're waiting, make sure you're ready for love when it finds you. Prepare yourself well. The Literary Bar is always open and love is served right here. Thank you for watching. Do follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can watch us on DSTV channel 408 and YouTube. Make your life a great love story. My name is Chinita, and happy Valentine's Day.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the fate of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie. The recipient of the MacArthur Foundation Fellowship was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwaekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Novel Prize, the Penn Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
Well, good morning to you and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgur Agaji. Today is Wednesday, the 12th day of February 2025, and February is trying its best to move as fast as possible, and thank God it's going to be just a few days short of the 31 days mark. Well, today is a beautiful day, as it is said always. It is your most important day. Today is the opportunity you have to make things right, to make things better, and be better yourself, to change the situation for someone else and yourself as well. So what are you going up and about today? You're doing something positive to help your situation, to help your community, to help your country. Well, on the program this morning, we're going to be looking at the fact that the federal government has urged health workers to stay instead of leaving the country, says the Japa syndrome worsens situation. We also have a story on the domestic refineries struggling as oil producers prioritize exports. Apart from these hot topics, we're going to be looking at other top trending issues, some issues that made it to the front pages of some national dailies that we chose to particularly talk about, and then we're going to go to the press to see what is fresh on our national dailies this morning on Off the Press. It promises to be wonderful. We hope that you're going to be a part of it from start to finish. Once again, good morning and welcome. Let's just take a breather and return fully for the top trending issues. Our quote for today is from Alan Watts, a British philosopher. He says, "Technology is destructive only in the hands of people who do not realize that they are one and the same process as the universe." Technology is destructive only in the hands of people who do not realize that they are one and the same process as the universe. Very, very apt. What are you using technology for? What are you letting technology do for you in your life? If you're using technology, is it a destructive tool in your hands, or is it a tool that makes the society better? You can use the same thing as the next person, but you can use yours for good and the other person is using it for bad. You can use yours for bad and the other person is using it for good. What do you think, or what do you use technology to achieve in this life? Sometimes you feel that when you do something, it's going to affect the other person and it doesn't affect you in any way, but you are one and the same. If the universe goes bad, it affects you. If the universe goes good, it affects you. If the society goes bad, it affects you. And if it goes good, it affects you as well. So whatever you're using your technology to do, it better be good, because at the end of the day, we all enjoy it or we all suffer it. So you define what technology means to you. You define what technology does for you. You define what technology brings to your life and the life of the people around you. So use technology wisely and let us evolve into a better species of human beings rather than the worst type. We've always known that man creates things, or man develops technology to destroy man, higher than it develops to destroy other things. When you check the guns that they use or people use to go to hunt, even to hunt the elephants, they are nothing compared to the guns that we use to kill ourselves. We invented the atomic bomb not because we wanted to kill elephants and lions and dinosaurs. It was because we wanted to kill each other and so on. So please, while we embrace technology to try to use it to make life better for ourselves, let us also know that it's not just us. It is our next neighbor, it is our society, it is the entire universe. So let us make the best of it and make our society better and the universe with it. Okay, we're going straight to our top trending issues. The first one is IGP bans police operatives from carrying rifles in civilian attire. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has ordered that no police operative should carry assault rifles while dressed in civilian attire. He also warned officers against human rights violations, stressing that any misconduct would be met with severe consequences. Speaking during a virtual meeting with police managers, Egbetokun addressed numerous complaints received through the force's complaints channels. He emphasized the need for professional conduct, warning tactical squads against misuse of power, improper dressing, and unauthorized case transfers, which delay justice and burden citizens. The IGP directed all officers to strictly adhere to standard operating procedure, operate only in approved uniforms, and work together to prevent any misconduct that could tarnish the reputation of the Nigeria police. I like it when sometimes pronouncements are made, and I always pray that they will be followed through. And this is a very commendable one. You never know in some cases who is really a police officer and who is not a police officer. And I think it's not just mufti. Any police officer who must hold a gun should have their numbers displayed on their dresses, should have their names displayed on their dresses. Most times you see policemen in uniform, their names are not there, their numbers are not there. What are they hiding? So that they can commit all the kinds of atrocities they want to commit, and you cannot put a name to a face, and it is really bad. So I think the IGP should also make it a law that if you're wearing your uniform, it has to carry your name and it has to carry your number, so that if there's anything, we can quickly fish out that person who did whatever they did. It's a commendable thing. So first of all, we're starting with the fact that if you're on mufti, you should not carry arms. That is a very good one. Particular kinds of arms anyway, that is a very good one. But let's also know that, or you should also make it a law that if you're wearing your uniform, it has to carry your name tag and it has to carry your number. Those provisions are made in the police uniforms, the army uniform, and all that. So why are they hiding their names and numbers? So you see someone having an altercation with you, and you want to find out who he is, so that if you need to make a report, you can know that for sure this is the name that I saw on the uniform, this is the number that I saw on the uniform. But they usually remove it. It's something that is removable. They just rip it out and then wear their uniform, come to the road. So we never know who is still in the police force, who is really, what name we can put to a face when we want to make our reports and all that, especially now that there's social media. Maybe I could just do a live video, even if they catch me after that, but it's a live video, and if they take the phone away from me, it's already saved somewhere else, and someone, maybe 1-2 people may have saved it, and they will look at it, and appropriate action could be taken. So while we commend the efforts or the pronouncements of the IGP, we're hoping that he's going to follow through. We also ask that he makes it a law that you have to For your uniform to be complete, you have to have your name on it and your number. That's why those provisions are made at the pocket area that you carry those things. But they rip it off, and then you never get to know who is harassing you and who you need to report. And we also hope that all these complaints that are going to the complaints channels are being treated with the urgency that is needed. Otherwise, we'll just resort to continuing with our social media posts and all that. Remember that Egberto Kun had warned that nobody should go to the social media and report any officer that is doing wrong. And we said, no, that's the only chance we have to make you sit on your toes and do what you're supposed to do. So whatever complaint comes, whether from social media or to the channels of report that you have created, we hope that they will be treated very urgently as they need to be. So once again, thank you for making sure, or at least making that pronouncement. Please follow it through and make sure that only the authentic people that should be wherever they should be officially can carry those guns, and not everybody can just come and intimidate anybody and say, I'm a police officer. And also make sure that they put their names and their numbers on their uniforms. That should be the norm. Okay, Oyo government, UNICEF launched strategic plan to fight malnutrition. That's our next story. The Oyo State government, in collaboration with UNICEF, has launched a 4-year multi-sectoral strategic plan of action on food and nutrition to combat malnutrition and hunger among children and women. The initiative, unveiled in Ibadan by Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Ms. Baldin Babatunde, aims to enhance food security across households, communities, and local governments. Babatunde revealed that the state has allocated 350 million naira in counterpart funding for nutrition projects, including 250 million naira for the Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria project and 100 million naira for the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. He emphasized that proper implementation of the policy would significantly reduce child malnutrition rates, aligning with the state's broader Agenda 2040 development plan. UNICEF representative Boluwatife Ogunjimi highlighted the 34.5% of children in Oyo State suffer from stunted growth, linking malnutrition to high child mortality rates. The Permanent Secretary, Tunde Ayanlake, assured UNICEF that resources will be effectively utilized. Okay, it's a good thing, collaboration with international bodies to make sure that our children are not malnourished. I was just wondering if, like now, Trump is cutting all the funding to all these bodies, world bodies that America has been funding. What if it also affects UNICEF? What if it also affects other things and all that? What plan, what backup plan do we have as Nigerians, as subnational entities, to make sure that whatever we've been depending on international donors to do, we may not have that. Has it ever entered our heads that we may not have this funding anymore someday? And abruptly, the United States has cut funding to a lot of these things, and it is affecting everybody. Even the churches are being affected, because a lot of churches run humanitarian organizations that help the poor in so many other countries. For instance, there was a report yesterday or the day before yesterday how it has affected the Vatican. That is the Catholic Church that runs humanitarian organizations that cater to the need of vulnerable people in over 120 countries. So just because, and the funding comes like 60% or so from United States of America. Now that it has been cut, those 120 countries will suffer. Those people who were being catered to by this organization. We also have other organizations that are run by individuals and countries themselves. And now they're being affected because one person decided that, okay, you know what? My money is my money. Your money is your money. Work for your money. That's what is happening right now. So what if this funding is no longer there? What are we doing to make sure that these children that we're trying to remove malnutrition from that bracket will also still have. I don't know why they're attributing stunted growth to malnutrition. Maybe that is a reason. I'm not an expert in that. But even if that were the case, what are we doing as a country or as subnationals to make sure that this is a thing of the past, that we have food security, not just for the little ones, but for the parents as well, for everybody? Food security is a very important thing, whether it's for infants or it's for adults. So what are we doing? That's a question we should be asking ourselves. Should wherever the funding is coming from tomorrow just dry up? What are we going to do? That's the plan we should be having. So I'm glad that the Oyo State government has a plan for 2040. There's a development plan for 2040. I hope that we're not having 60 to 80% of this plan hinging on international donors, external donors that are coming to salvage the situation for us. It may never, or it may not continue in this trajectory forever. So we should start thinking for ourselves and make sure that whatever happens tomorrow, we will be self-satisfied. Now, NUC increases private university application fees by over 400%. The National Universities Commission, NUC, has raised the application fee for establishing private universities in Nigeria from 6 million to 30 million, citing the need for better coordination and improved standards. The Executive Secretary, Abdullahi Ribadu, announced a hike on February 10, 2025, explaining that the move is aimed at ensuring new institutions meet 21st century educational challenges. Under the new structure, the application form fee has increased from 1 million to 5 million, while the processing fee has surged from 5 million to 25 million. The NUC has given applicants who purchased the old 1 million naira form but haven't paid the processing fee 30 working days to complete their payment or risk losing their application. Additionally, inactive applicants or applications, those without progress for 2 years, and private open universities will no longer be processed. The Commission has also imposed a 1-year moratorium on new applications and Step 1 submissions or letters of intent, allowing time for a comprehensive review of pending applications. However, active applications will still be processed and successful ones will be recommended for approval by the Federal Executive Council. Since 1999, the NUC has facilitated the approval of 149 private universities across Nigeria. I have mixed reactions for this. If the plan is to make the university system, especially the private ones, to be up to standard, well, I applaud it, I like it. But it also seems as if it is making it even more difficult for private universities to come up. And this is in a country where every time the federal government is thinking of establishing more universities, even when they are not able to take care of the ones that are available. If you have, let's say, 10 universities in the whole country and you don't have enough accommodation, you don't have enough lecturers, you don't have the infrastructure to keep that university in place, and you're still creating more, where will you get the lecturers that will go into that university? Where will you get the funds to get the infrastructure in place? There are universities you go to right now, the lecture halls are nothing to write home about. In fact, it's an eyesore when you enter. I'm talking about the state-owned universities. By state-owned, I mean the state themselves and the federal government-owned universities, government-owned universities. You enter there and there's nothing to write home about to give you that confidence that you are in a university that is run by the government. Lecture halls are not there, accommodation is not there. A lot of times the students will have to, whether year one or final year or whatever year, they'll have to be candidates or students that live off campus because there's no accommodation on campus for them. So why are we not putting infrastructure in these places and making the universities to be better? They can cater to the needs of more students rather than every state wanting to have 5 universities. Is a competition. Everybody wants to bring a university to their place. You could take a university for oil and gas to a place like Kaduna that has no drop of oil. You want to take it. I mean, I don't understand. But now, The bone of contention is that the private universities will have to apply with bigger sum of money, and they'll have to process those forms with a bigger sum of money. And I'm very sure that a lot of Nigerians will be thinking that, okay, they want to make sure that these things don't happen anymore, because a lot of people are feeling that maybe if the universities are so many, and we know that in those universities there's never strike action that will make them lose a year. I know a lot of people who should have graduated 4 years, and now they're going on to maybe 7 years because of strikes, because of all sorts of things in the public universities. Okay, so if these private universities come up, a lot of people believe that there will be competition enough for people to be able to afford this, because every institution wants to have more students and so on. Yes, there are other things that you can do to make sure the standard is high enough. That's my personal opinion, not making sure that the people who are going to establish this university spend so much that once they enter, once they get approval, the first thing on their mind is not the people they're going to mold, is the people or the money that they're going to recoup from the expenditure that they have made. They want to make that money back and make it so difficult for students who are coming in and all that. So I have a mixed feeling, like I said. If it is for the standard, very good. We hope that they will follow through and make sure that the standard is high, not just because if you can afford 50 million or whatever number of millions that they are going to get, and then they sit back, no monitoring, and then anybody can go and do whatever they want to do. So don't make it so difficult for people to establish these universities, but make it difficult for any university that is not up to standard to survive. If XYZ is not in place, this university cannot kick off. There are universities that kick off with one structure, just one house, and because they've been able to pay all the money that the government wants, they start a university and all that. So if you're going to say, okay, the standard is that you will have maybe in your faculty of science or something, you're going to have XYZ number of laboratories, or you're going to have this or that. Those are things that you can do. Not just saying you want to buy a form, bring 5 million instead of 1 million, bring 25 million for processing instead of 5 million and all that. It doesn't make sense if after that you let them do what they want to do, and then we keep churning out graduates that are unemployable. Okay, and we'll take this. Obasa's removal sparks crisis in Tinubu's Lagos political dynasty. The removal of Mudashiru Obasa as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly has exposed cracks in President Bola Tinubu's political dominance. Lawmakers voted overwhelmingly against Obasa despite Tinubu's directive for his reinstatement, signaling a shift in power within Lagos APC. The Governance Advisory Council, GAC, also backed the decision reportedly without consulting the president. The crisis is linked to power struggles ahead of the 2027 governorship election, rivalry between the Mandate and Justice Forum caucuses, and efforts by Lagos indigents to assert political influence. Obasa's removal is seen as a strategic move to block his ambition, while lawmakers' defiance challenge Tinubu's authority in an unprecedented way. Some believe this marks the beginning of a major political realignment. Governor Sanwo-Olu has distanced himself from the issue, though some claim he quietly supported it. With tensions high, forcing Obasa's reinstatement could be divisions and hurt APC's future prospects. While party leaders insist the crisis will be managed, others warn it may permanently reshape Lagos' political landscape. Well, as a person, I don't believe that there are any cracks. Most cases, things happen like this, and it's just a political strategy. So until I hear from all the sides, I may never know. Right now, the son of the president himself is being rumored to be the person that will stand for election for the state governorship in the next cycle of elections. In fact, a lot of people are holding conferences, press conferences, and extolling the qualities of Seyi Tinubu, the president's son, and all that. So what are you telling us about cracks in Tinubu's Lagos? As a person, I don't believe that, but that's what the story says, that there are cracks. The GAC is not in support of Tinubu anymore and all that. I don't believe it. Whatever it is, what we want is a greater Lagos. What we want is a Lagos that will have the full potential, the Lagos that will be a Lagos for all, a Lagos that has always been a model of how Nigeria could be, except for the last few years where they're talking about this is our Lagos, this is that and that. In Lagos, it was like you're going to America and having the American dream. Everybody wants to go to America because you want to realize your dream no matter where you're coming from. That's how Lagos used to be. When you come here, you know that you can prosper, and then you go back to build your state if you want to build your state. But everybody came here to Lagos with the mindset that Lagos is ours to build and ours to protect, no matter where you come from. It's just now we're hearing Lagos, it has to be for Lagosians, Lagos, it has to be for this. If everybody removes their assets from Lagos and say, if it were possible, carry your house, carry your business, carry everything, go back to your state, there will be no Lagos. So I'm not saying that the indigenes shouldn't have a say. It is their right to have a say. But we should know that everywhere that we are in Nigeria, we should learn to coexist, and we should learn to see ourselves as brothers and make sure we protect that place that is giving us the garri that we are eating every day. If you live in Lagos, treat Lagos as your state. Treat Lagos as your possession that you wouldn't want to go bad. And if you are from Lagos, treat the people who are helping you build Lagos as very critical, very important people in the life of that your society that you think belongs to you. I know it belongs to you, but the people who are helping you to build it should also be respected enough. This is Lagos. The Nigeria of our dreams is Lagos. At least it used to be. So let us continue to make sure that Lagos remains that way and be the model for a Nigeria that is possible. For the cracks in the APC and all that, I do not, as a person, believe it, but that's what the stories are saying. That the GAC is against Tinubu, I don't believe that. That the governor has distanced himself and all that, Obasa is coming back. Whatever is the thing, we hope that there will be peace in Lagos, whether it's for APC or PDP or LP, whatever party it is. Play your politics, let nobody be harmed because of this politics that you're playing. Let us, the citizens, enjoy our life, and for the politicians to be peaceful enough in carrying out their dribblings of the people and themselves. So whatever the report is, we will wait for the coming days and see what it is that will come out of Lagos. But I don't know, whoever it is, just hold the fort and make sure that Lagos doesn't disintegrate into something else. We love Lagos the way it is, and whatever political gimmicks are coming from which camp, well, let's hope that there will be peace. Okay, that's the end of our top trending issues. Where we take this break. When we come back from the break, we are going to take right now is to look at the papers and see what made it to the front pages of our national daily. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. We will go to the papers now and look at what made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. And joining us to discuss the headlines this morning is Mr. Tunde Kolawole, who is a legal practitioner. Mr. Kolawole, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Okay. We're starting this morning with the Punch newspaper. Now, first, the major headline here is saying reps demand reversal as new pricing begins. That is telco's tariff hike. Reps demand reversal as new prices begins. And lawmakers demand improvement in telecom services MTN orders raise data tariff. We saw yesterday that the data that was supposed to be 5,000 is now 15,000 and so on. Some that are supposed to be like 70,000 for the unlimited ones of it's now about 120,000 and so on and so forth. So I'd like you to comment on what is happening. The national, yeah, okay, go ahead, please.
When I shared the views of the National Assembly to regard to the position that they have taken regarding the increases in tariffs by the telecom companies all over the country. In fairness to the telecommunication companies, one would also want to add that despite the fact that prices have been rising across board, inflation on the high, cost of living going up, and prices of petroleum products, which most of the antennas or transmission stations or towers depend on, has been on the rise. The government has been prevailing on them, or the regulatory authorities have been restraining them from increasing prices. All this one. So it is inevitable, given the situation in which we have found ourselves, that these telecom companies will have to increase their tariffs, like most other prices have gone up. But the issue is this: on what basis is this increases, or are these increases based? Who sat down with the telecommunication company to know how inflation has impacted on them, how the cost of doing business has changed since this government came into power? The regulatory authority also have been able to sit down with them and determine by what percentage these tariffs will go up. These are the cost of doing business by these telecom companies, so that the telecom company will not just engage in very arbitrary increases in prices of tariffs, like if some going as much as 200%, others also 150%, and what have you. These are prices, or these are rates or tariffs that the average Nigerian person might not be able to stay with. So the National Assembly is right in saying what they have said and all that. But I would think the onus lies more with the regulatory authority, the NCC, to ensure that these telecom companies have not been taking, have not just increasing the tariff, to take advantage of their subscribers. Remember, when telecom company, when GSM service first began in Nigeria, one of the operators came from somewhere and just started imposing all manners of things on the Nigerian person, on the Nigerian subscriber. Things that they were not doing in South Africa and some other countries in which they have these services. Until a local indigenous service provider came on board and said it is possible to bill per minute, per second, and that people don't have to lose whatever data or whatever the charges that they have made because they didn't use them. And there are all manners of things. The price was so high that you need to buy ordinary data and what have you. For as much as and phones too, the ones selling the phones, you couldn't buy from outside and what have you. So until this indigenous subscriber, the service provider came in and all that, who were able to prove that what the foreign companies were saying were not possible, that it actually could be done. So this is where the role of the regulatory authority will come. They should put their foot down, sit down with the service providers, be able to calculate by what percentage inflation has impacted on their business and their businesses, and then put some marginal profit on it, so that they will not all be shut out of these GSM services that we started enjoying since the Obasanjo era.
They should have sat down with them to calculate, because I don't know what things they they import from other countries, that this inflation or the drop in the value of the naira has impacted them so much. I don't know if their salaries have increased just because of the minimum wage, if they have begun paying their staff more than they were paying before. I don't know what how the inflation impacted them and all that. But my concern was that why is the National Assembly reactionary instead of being proactive? They were talking about tariff hike. They didn't say anything. The National Assembly didn't say anything until the regulatory body or whoever is concerned now gave them the go-ahead, and these tariffs have already been implemented. In fact, in some cases where they are not even making them go up.
In a quandary in the sense that you don't start legislating on prices. It has never worked anywhere in the world. When you begin to regulate price as if you are just making ordinary laws and what happens. Remember in those days, especially during the mixed era, we have no manners of law trying to regulate prices and what happens. This thing doesn't work. If you begin to put everything on the straight jacket as regards the prices of goods and services and all that, the what that will happen is that some of those companies will leave your country. Those that cannot live will go down. They might collapse under the weight of inflation. So the role of the National Assembly, so to say, where there is no data to show that the telecom companies are making unmerited profit and all that, the National Assembly cannot just begin to say, look, this is the rate of prices at which you must provide your services to the Nigerian person or to the subscribers.
They've been declaring their profits.
Unintended consequences.
The telecom companies have been declaring their profits and everything, and there should be some kind of data that will tell us the marginal drop or otherwise in finances and all that. And we've seen these things happening. You just mentioned the fact that an indigenous company was the one that opened our eyes to the fact that all the things that MTN, for instance, was telling us, they were all false, because things that they said were not possible were possible because an indigenous company came. We also saw that in aviation, when other foreign airlines were telling us that they couldn't operate anymore, and they hiked the price so much so that people couldn't travel anymore, until an indigenous company, Airpeace, I think, now started flying with a lower price, and then all of them suddenly crashed their prices to more than half or less than half of what they were charging, which means they knew that they could still make profits, but they were just being wicked about it. So how long will these foreign companies, will these companies keep exploiting Nigerians, and Nigerians not having anybody to defend them? That is my concern. National Assembly is talking now after they have implemented the hike. I was expecting that, okay, they could have had this discussion with the regulatory bodies and with the telecom companies as well and all that, and make sure that Nigerian people are not shortchanged. But now, I'm not even sure that these telecom companies will reduce their prices anymore. Even if they say they have reduced it, you know that whatever was enough for you to make calls for 1 minute will not be enough anymore for you. Data that was supposed to be for at least 1 day will be like for 1 hour or 30 minutes. So what are we saying? That's my concern. Why are we always reacting rather than being proactive?
Well, I agree with you. There's no doubt about it. That what you have said is basically the fundamentals of what we have continued to see in this country, with the regulatory authorities, the governments, and what have you. See what the eyes of the average Nigerian person saw in the petroleum, the price war between Dangote and then the foreign importers and then the NNPC and what have you. Honestly speaking, capitalism is a beast that is very, very difficult to tame, because most capitalists never talk about the ethics of profit making. All that they're interested in is that they should make hay while the sun will shine. I agree with you, no doubt about it. The Federal Consumer Protection Agency, the state consumer protection agencies all over the place, and then the regulatory authority, the NCC and what have you, should step into these things and make sure that the telecom companies are not making unmerited profit, or profit that they really didn't or actually work for.
Move to other things. On security, still on the Punch newspaper, Senate grills IG over 178,459 missing guns, alleged contract splitting. Okay, missing guns.
from the armory of the police, there are over 170,000 missing guns. I don't know what your comment will be on that.
Well, that is a very serious matter. AK-47 or most of the guns that the police do have, they are not toys that we should allow to get out and then slip into hands that ordinarily should not be laying hands on those weapons. So if such a huge amount of guns are gotten missing, then there is a need for the National Assembly and then the authorities to be concerned. But the truth of the matter is that this will not be the first time that will be happening. Times without number, kidnappers, armed robbers, and all manners of people have been arrested. And there have been convictions, and some of these guns were given to them. Or they got it, they hired them from the armories of the Nigerian police. Remember the massive of a bank robbery, if you recollect that robbery. The person that provided the loan was said to be a police officer who had committed misconduct, and then he was sacked. And then when he sacked, he went and formed an armed robbery group. And then with the armed robbery group and all that, he had a way of finding his way. He has a manner of finding his way to the armory of the Nigerian police, where he will go and rent those guns and all that. And after they finish using them, he probably will return them and then pay some money to some of these people. The bandits in the northern part of the country, some of them have confessed that some of the weapons that they used were either gotten from the Nigerian police or from the Nigerian army, who are serving or who are fighting the Boko Haram insurgency in the different parts of the country. Some army personnel have also been arrested, tried and punished for selling arms and ammunition to people the ordinarily should not sell them to. What the caution we should give is that when security men make their weapons available, so those who should not have access to them and all that, they are in a way cutting their own noses to spite themselves, because first and foremost, these people should not have access to this gun, will not discriminate. In fact, they first train those guns on the security personnel before they train the guns on the ordinary Nigerian public. So it's a serious matter. It is not just the National Assembly that should look into that matter. Imam Mulu, an independent commission of inquiry headed by a High Court judge, and then with some retired policemen and then human rights activists, to look into this matter and then a proper solution to them, because it's been recurring times without number. It's been going on for quite a long time. Also remember, if you were around that time, that one time the Commissioner of Police in Bendel State was once tried for armed robbery on the ground that the armed robbers, when they were arrested, they said they confessed or they alleged that this Commissioner of Police was the one making the guns available to them. At the end of the day, the Commissioner of Police was tried, even though the man vehemently denied all through the trial to the last point when he was going to be executed, that he never did it, that it was just a framework. So it's a matter for serious concern. I would want to advise that a very strong independent panel of inquiry, beyond the Inspector General of Police, beyond the high-ranking police officers and others, even beyond the Police Service Commission. Let's have an independent commission to look into that matter.
Okay, there's a story here on The Nation and also on the Tribune. Payment of on The Nation it reads, payment of new fee on ATM card use begins March 1. MTN tariff up by 50%. Okay, on the Tribune is Nigerians to pay more for withdrawals as CBN increases ATM transaction fees. More and more is coming from the banking sector. And, there's also this thing that if you withdraw from a different ATM, you have the opportunity of withdrawing maybe 3 times before any charges could be, extra charges could be imposed on you. Now they're removing that as well. So apart from the fact that you're paying more for these services, you are also not entitled to that kind of, is it help, I will call it, and all that. So what did you say? That which means once you put your money in the bank, you have become a slave to the bank. you keep paying your money to the bank that is using your money to do something else. I don't understand why it is so in Nigeria and it's not so in other countries.
When we are in a regime of taxation, all manners of devices are being made to ensure to tax the Nigerian people more. You and I will know that you pay the personal income tax. You will also now, when they put the toll gate back in there, you have to pay toll gates when you are commuting from one part of the country to the other. Of course, remember there is a withholding tax, there is a stamp duty tax, and all manners of taxes. I've also read in the papers, which have not confirmed, that when children go to school to enroll in Lagos State now, they have to pay, I think, 10,500 naira for them to be enrolled in the school. I have not confirmed that. I'm trying to get to some friends in Atlanta to confirm that. So these are taxes. You have inflation weighing down the Nigerian people, and now they have to contend with all sorts of multiple taxations all over the floor, all over the places, such that whatever they earn, whatever businesses they do and all that, they might not be getting any value or services from the Nigerian state. And the primary responsibility of government is really to provide comfort for its citizens, guarantee abundance life. But Nigeria, instead of pursuing a welfare state, we are heading on, headlong into rapid capitalism, such as you find in the US, such as you find in France, so that people, the state will no longer be keepers of the citizens, and ordinary citizens will no longer be keepers of their brothers and sisters and what else, so that you find out homeless people will now begin to sleep in the street because they cannot afford to rent a house. People will not be able to afford their 1 square meal. They have to depend on charity organizations to feed them. And then you find that all these charity organizations are also becoming overburdened. The churches are gradually getting overburdened by the amount of people they have to feed and cater for and pay for feed all over the place. Little the mosque and the private individuals too are also getting overburdened. I recollect there is a man around where I live who some years ago started this charity organization in which people on a monthly basis, he gives out all manners of things to old people, women, and men who are old people. You won't believe that I stay in Ilupechu, and people will call all the way from Urile, people will trek all the way from Ojota to this man's house to come and benefit from his charity. But I think it got to a point that the man got overwhelmed with the crowd that he was getting, that he has to stop it. This might be one of the things we will be facing very shortly if this inflation continues, if this multiple taxation does not abate. Taxation, so to say, a man's own way of personal income, taxes and what have you, doesn't add up, doesn't solve any problem. It is when the country is engaged in productive activities, in heavy manufacturing, all over the places, in farming, in computer activities, and what have you, that their services could be taxed, and then the country or the government will make useful taxes or will make useful good revenues, with which they can take care of the responsibilities of the country. So all these petty taxations being imposed on the individual, because these are individual taxes, when you look at the end of the day, it's not taxes coming from the manufacturing sector. Any sort of taxes coming from the manufacturing sector will not solve the Nigerian problem. Rather, it will compound it. From what we are saying, we are borrowing heavily from different parts of the world, both internally and externally. And then we're also imposing taxation here and there. So how would the people got out of this burden that is being heaped on their head? Honestly speaking, it would appear that the economy policy of the present government is not working. And when the economy policies are not working, what do? You retrace your steps and then start a new leaf.
Okay. There's one funny story here. Well, I call it funny. Nigeria ranked 36th most corrupt country globally in 2024.
We have always been high up there in the ranking of these transparency organizations all over the world. I have seen the report we are talking about. So many other African countries are also on that list, which would appear to be that most African countries, most African leaders, most African people actually they are saying we are corrupt. But the truth of the matter is that when you look at some of the indices that are used to compute this thing, they may not actually be a true reflection of what is on ground. Why do I say this? Look at all the policies and things that Donald Trump is doing in America. That is a country that's supposed to be guided by rule of law and what have you. But the man is saying he wants to, as a city president, he said he wants to buy Palestine, he wants to buy Gaza, and construct a private housing estate on it. He has appointed his father-in-law as ambassador. His son is also an ambassador at large. He has pardoned all manners of people who try to aid him in toppling the elections that brought in Mr. Biden the last time. So the indices or the index for weighing down who is corrupt and who is not corrupt will have to be revisited so that we could have a true reflection of some of these things. I think some of these people that they are calling things that are calling angels and all that may actually be more corrupt than our people. If what Donald Trump is doing in the U.S. presently is a guide to be followed.
Yeah, well, some people are just, well, I said in the beginning that it was funny because when you go to social media, some people are asking, what happened to our number one? We were robbed, or like we should have been the most corrupt country and all that. But we are at 36th, which means we are second in Africa. Cape Verde, I think, came first with number 35 in the world, and then first in Africa. We are number 36, so it goes without saying that we are the second. In the same place with Cameroon and some other African countries. That's where we are. But we are thankfully not the most corrupt country in the world. And I hope that we'll keep moving up, and then we one day enter the first 10. No African country entered the first 10 or even the first 20 in this Transparency International thing. And well, whatever it is, like you said, the indices may not be correct, but how much are we putting ourselves out there? We're just selling ourselves short, and we're taking whatever label they are giving us, and then we're just swallowing it. What are we doing to protect our name outside there? I'm not sure it is much that we are doing, except that we have some superheroes that have Nigeria to their name, doing wonderful exploits outside, and what is always blown out of proportion even are the crimes that are being committed by Nigerians. But the wonderful things Nigerians are doing, nobody's looking at those things. But whatever it is, we have to blow our own trumpet at some point and make sure people respect us enough. As we wrap up, Customs suspends implementation of 4% FOB levy. That's on the Tribune newspaper. It's a short while ago they said they were going to, yeah, but they have now suspended that.
That is another transaction for you, which at the end of the day will impact negatively on whatever comes to the Nigerian port. And the implication of that can be very severe. Nigerian port is not the only port it has to the Nigerian importer. You remember the port in Benin, Cotonou and Ouagadougou are said to be even more efficient than the Nigerian port. That's why you have a lot of smuggling activities going on across the Nigerian border. I remember reading a piece where it was said that Nigeria does not export yam, does not export cassava, or some of these perishable goods, and what have you. Because in a place like Ghana, it takes a lot of to export those things to clear things from the port. But here in Nigeria, it could last as much as 3 months before you get those things out of the country, and if you are bringing them, it could also cause that a month. So, when you begin to import all manners of levies, on things that are imported from abroad and what have you, and things that are going out, the implication is that you are driving the average Nigerian importer and exporter to use the force in their adjoining country. And when they use the force in their adjoining country, government will be losing more and more revenue and all that from those places. With regards to the last, so let me quickly say this, that I suspect that corruption is likely going to rise in Nigeria with the high cost of living that we are seeing today. If people are finding cost, or if people's income can no longer take them home and what have you, they may short corners and what have you. No matter how many FCC, ICPC, and Transparency International you put on the ground, people will not want to sleep at home and die of hunger simply because they want to be seen, not to be corrupt. If you are going to be doing some of the things that the federal government and the state government are doing now, then you must be providing subsidized housing for the people, subsidized purchase of cars, household items, and what have you. And then the school fees should not be quadrupling the way it is quadrupling. Look at the 10,000 naira that I just mentioned that students are said will be paying in a place like Lagos and what have you. You will not believe it. So many people will not be able to afford that amount of money, and they may withdraw their children from those schools and all that.
Oh, well, let's pray for Nigeria, and we hope that one day it will be better. God will give us a leader that will be deliberate about the policies that will be will help Nigerians rather than kill Nigerians, as it were. And a lot of people say one man cannot make a forest, one tree cannot make a forest. But sometimes we see that one man can make a difference, a lot of difference, and the other people will follow suit, at least for the time that he's at the helm of affairs. We've seen what Dora Akunyili did when she was at the helm of affairs in NAFDAC and all other things. We've seen what Okonjo-Iweala did as a president. We've seen what Akinwumi Adesina did while he was Minister of Agriculture. There are differences that one individual can make, and the place will become better. So wherever you find yourself in your corner as a Nigerian, we hope that you are going to be doing your best and not saying one man cannot change the narrative. It's a corrupt system and all that. One man can do something really great. Like now, Tunde Kolawole has made a difference in our Off the Press segment. We'd like to thank you for being a part of the show this morning, sir.
Thanks for having me. You have a lovely day.
You too. Have a wonderful day. Okay, the program continues now. Tunde Kolawole is a legal practitioner. He joined us to x-ray the headlines on our national dailies. When we return from this break, the federal government urges health workers to stay, says Japa syndrome worsens the situation. We'll be discussing that when we return. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Welcome back. The federal government urges health workers to stay, says Japa syndrome worsens the situation. That's what the Nigerian government is optimistic about. They're addressing the Japa syndrome, the mass immigration of healthcare professionals through reforms under President Bola Tinubu. Dr. Isiaq Salako, Minister of State for Health, emphasized that high salaries alone would solve the sector's challenges and urged health workers to remain patriotic. Salako also warned that Nigerians abroad remain second-class citizens and called on healthcare professionals to focus on long-term benefits. He promised increased funding for public hospitals and praised UBTH for managing power issues despite the challenges. UBTH's Chief Medical Director, Professor Darlington Obaseki, highlighted severe staffing shortages, urging the government to urgently address the issue to maintain service quality. He stressed that more healthcare workers are needed to manage the hospital's increasing patients' load. Our guest this morning is Mohammed Abdullahi, a public affairs analyst. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mohammed.
Good morning, Nigerians. Always my pleasure.
Okay. The government is saying Japa syndrome worsens the situation and asking health workers to stay behind. I'd like you to comment on that.
Yes, it's a good advice, but it's beyond words, and without sentiment, like I said, it's beyond words. It's beyond just making statements, and it's beyond rhetorics. It involves a lot of work and a lot of commitment by the government, and of course by the health workers as well. But in recent times, it seems the government is just very much obsessed with making such statements. I remember some few weeks back, in fact, some of the doctors or health workers have to be arrested when Saudi Arabia was always coming here twice a year, carrying out exams for health workers to migrate. Well, you don't solely blame the health workers, seriously, because the challenges here is just too enormous. Aside the fact that the environment is very much, in so many occasions and so many places, very much unconducive for these health workers. The pay is very low, and so many conditions, working conditions, to the best of my knowledge, very pathetic, very challenging. And then for every soul, for every mind, for every human, we always want the easiest way out. So it's like over the years, the Japa syndrome, particularly for health workers and tech people, it's easier to go abroad and make good money, even though you have to work, actually. You don't just get these monies, but at least you have to work. You work, you'll be paid as it went due, you'll be paid your remuneration according to your input. The situation is not like that here. It's just one segment of the society, which we all know, the politicians and their cronies who enjoy almost all the largesse here. So it's just beyond one, like I said. The government need to be more committed. If you allow me to say this, the University Teaching Hospital in Ibadan, for instance, for more than 90 days or more, have been without power. I've been without public power. Only God knows how, what the management, patients, have been going through in such places. So, for people who have opportunity to go abroad, they won't think twice in such situation. So, like I said, it's beyond words. It's beyond just rhetorics by the government. We need to be very committed to make life much more easier for these health workers and environment much more conducive for them to be able to or want to stay back to contribute their own quota to the health sector.
Yeah, okay. Well, one of the things mentioned by the government is that it goes beyond salaries. Even if you increase the salaries, it is not the solution that will come. I don't know if you are also on that page that it goes beyond salaries. The people should just stay behind. So if it goes beyond salaries, it's not salaries that will bring will keep the people back home. What else needs to be done? Remuneration, you have mentioned, is paid as at when due outside, and is paid according to the kind of work that you do. In fact, if you do overtime, then you are going to be paid overtime. In Nigeria, nobody knows anything about overtime. Overtime is not even part of our job description. You work overtime. It's a normal thing to work overtime in Nigeria. Nobody goes to work 9 and closes at 4 in Nigeria. It doesn't happen. You go earlier than 9, you close maybe by that 4 or 5 o'clock, maybe in local government or government establishments, and so on and so forth. So if they say salary is not the solution, what then is the solution? Put yourself in the mind of the government and try to make sense for us.
I think it's a significant part of it. Can't say I disagree to the statement of the Minister of State that salary is not part of the solution. It is a significant part of it, because remember, as you're working, perhaps even if you are single or you have family, you have to take care of yourself, you have to take care of your family, you're dependent here. And remember, this is a part of the world where if you are lucky to be earning, you have several dependents. If not, perhaps your immediate family, your extended family, your parents, your cousins, your nephews, your friends, and so on and so forth. So salary is a significant part. And aside salaries as well, like I mentioned earlier, the conditions of service. You mentioned a very good point that we don't take into cognizance in this part of the world, which is overtime, for instance. Yeah, people, and in that sector, people are likely to work overtime because, in fact, sometimes you have emergencies, these doctors or health workers or nurses and all other people working in that sector have to, do away with their own personal life and their own personal enjoyment just to make sure that people are hale and hearty. So they needed to be, there is a need for this kind of commitment to be rewarded. You understand? Whether, yes, maybe not everything about salary, but condition of service including accommodation, including housing, transport allowances, and so on and so forth, and some of the things that they stand to gain. You understand? What awards, for instance, what recognition, I beg your pardon, what recognition do they have? We see, for instance, in our national honors and awards in Nigeria, the majority, 80-70%, that the government nominates every year for the national awards are people who are in politics, who have hold one ministerial position, senatorial position, presidential position here and there. Yes, what other awards, what honors are given to some of these health workers who have distinguished themselves? They are very few, they are very rare, you understand? So these are some of the things that government need to look at. Yes, maybe not fully salaries, but like I mentioned, condition of service and all other things that will, ginger people, that will motivate them to want to stay. You understand? It's also very much important. Yes, if we are not talking about salaries, in my own opinion, is at least even 60 to 70% of what we talk about.
In fact, everything you mentioned are part of like salaries. It's something that you gain, something that you gain for doing the work that you're doing, and it doesn't always have to be just money. You mentioned the money, you mentioned the accommodation, you mentioned so many other things. Those are gains that come to you. I count all of those ones as salary, it's part of your salary, and they are not forthcoming. But in the course of this discussion, we have mentioned the fact that, or you mentioned the fact that the University College Hospital in Ibadan has been without light for more than 90 days, and they were even promising them, the minister was promising them that in 48 hours, that was from yesterday, there was going to be light in that place. They were going to put a solar system and so many other things he was promising them. But it means that infrastructure is not in place in the health service or healthcare sector. So if we have to start a reform in that sector, where do we start from? Is it from power? Is it from the other infrastructure? Is it from the drug availability? Is it the staffing or employment? Where do we start from?
I think in my humble opinion, we needed to start from a place where these politicians take, they take pride in accessing Nigeria's own health infrastructure. By doing so, I tell you, a lot of things will improve. If, for instance, the president, let's start from the president, the ministers talking, making statements, and there is a mandatory law here, or mandatory policy that all public office holders must access health care in Nigeria. I'm telling you, some of these loopholes that we talk about, that we see, will be fixed immediately, because they will understand that they will see firsthand the plight of the ordinary citizen, and then since they are also going through that or passing through same experience, it won't take much time for it to be fixed. The challenges we keep having in Nigeria is the fact that there are different experiences for the different strata of the citizens. Shockingly, the people who are in charge of government have different experience entirely compared to what these ordinary citizens like you and I go through every day in the country.
They are the band A Pro.
Sorry?
They are the band A Pro Max.
Yes.
You know,
yes,
now we are in band A,
yes.
band B, and all that. Even if it's in par, we know that it is something that translates into every other part of our lives. Yes.
You captured it perfectly. They are the band A Pro Max, paid by your tax and my tax. That is the irony of it. You understand? So if at least there is at least a level playing ground where some of these things are experienced by both parties, you know, it will go a long way in. For instance, for God's sake, 90 good days for a place patronized by all and sundry, like the University College Teaching Hospital in Ibadan, without public electricity. They have to carry out surgeries, a lot of things, emergencies, and without public light. You know, how do people, only God knows the amount of casualties that have gone out of that place, you know, in the past 90 days. You understand? It has resulted in protests. Even student doctors who are learning are protesting, you know, because how is such a place conducive for learning, for the patients, for even the management, and so on and so forth? If the minister, for instance, who is from Ibadan there, the Minister of Power, perhaps I am not wishing him bad, but if he's had headache perhaps in the past 90 days and resorted to visiting the UCH, perhaps this would have been tackled speedily. You understand? Because these things are faced by ordinary Nigerians. Nobody cares. It takes a lot of haggle and hassle before things are done. So to answer your question straightforward, if the reform we need is that we need a policy or even a mandatory law to make our government officials patronize made in Nigerian things that are done here. Their health care, there's the schooling of their children, and so on and so forth. If they do that here locally, I tell you, a lot of things will change.
I remember when El Rufai put his son in school here in Nigeria, and it didn't take up to 2 terms. He withdrew the child because of security reasons, and that was the end of it. Nobody heard anything about it. We were clapping for him that, okay, he has taken a bold step, and because of that, there will be security in schools. He will look into the matter and all that. But before we knew it, he had just already withdrawn his child from the school. So I don't know. These people have the opportunity to go to wherever and access whatever it is that they want to access. We cannot, because we are I remember the time in Buhari's time when was it the First Lady or so visited the Abuja clinic, the Abuja hospital, the Aso Rock hospital, and said that there was nothing like paracetamol even in that hospital. And I was wondering, right under the nose of the president, that things will be looted and people will be so lackadaisical about their job. And nobody was fired. I'm not sure that there was any head that rolled because of that incident, but here we are. This is the same Nigeria we are.
It is budgeted for every year.
Yes.
And the evidence that there was not even sign of paracetamol in that hospital.
So it was terrible. But now, some people are of the opinion that even the health sector should be privatized in such a way that it's private individuals that run even the government-owned hospitals and all that, so that things will be working well. While the government audits them and does other things, the day-to-day running of these hospitals should be left in private hands. Do you also buy that kind of idea?
No. We can't keep running away from, the issues and thinking privatization of everything will solve things. I don't believe that. Seriously, Nigerians are grappling with a lot in terms of cost compared to what they get as revenue. So if you are privatizing the health sector entirely, I tell you, it will be out of the total reach of the ordinary Nigerian. Today,
a case in point is that recently one of the ministers came out and said that foreign nationals come to Nigeria to access medical care. And this was confirmed by or at least corroborated by some other individuals that have been serious critics of the government. And so you will say, okay, if they are standing for they are talking for the government and saying that these things really happen, then maybe there's some element of truth. But we know for a fact that these foreign nationals that may be coming into Nigeria to access this may not be coming to somewhere like the University College Hospital that you know, all government or public run hospitals. They're coming to private hospitals that are in Nigeria and doing really well. So why can't that be replicated across board so that we can have a standard healthcare and then the government will just subsidize it and then monitor them and all that?
Let me burst your bubble, please, a bit. There's also a school of thought. I've also read some critics talk about the fact that, yes, while the vice president's statement, because the vice president also make a statement that foreign nationals are coming for
yes.
perhaps kidney and so on and so forth. You know, there are also critics who are saying, yes, we might be seeing this as an achievement, but again, it might be as a result of the fact that there are cheap kidneys and other organs to be sold here in Nigeria. You understand? So anyway, that's
an angle I didn't think about. That's serious.
yes, I read something like that, and it's really opened my mind. It might be true. It's
Makes
very
sense.
possible.
Makes sense.
But anyway, that's not our point of contention. But what I'm trying to say is, when you privatize everything and make things really, it becomes too expensive for the ordinary Nigerian. Seriously, yeah. Because even now, with what we have in our so-called general hospitals, that is highly subsidized, average Nigerians are finding it very difficult to access. When I mean access, I mean pay for normal healthcare services and delivery. So if you privatize everything that goes into the private hands or private corporations whose sole motive is profit, it becomes very, very challenging, seriously. So I think I don't really buy that idea that we must privatize everything. There must be a level of government control and government ownership to some things. In fact, in particularly healthcare, that is so critical. Remember, you take people to these private hospitals, for instance, they don't admit you without making a deposit or paying a deposit, as it were. So, and you have perhaps in Nigeria where, we don't have, how many people, for instance, there was a report late last year, that less than 20% or even 10% of Nigerians have 500,000 naira in their account. So you have just a little, in fact, it is a well-known fact in Nigeria that we are all, majority of Nigerians are just one major or critical illness away from being a beggar on the street or on the social media. Seriously, before you know, you go to social media every day, you see crowdfunding for somebody who's have cancer, who's have to go undergo kidney transplant and so on. In fact, even including our celebrities. I don't want to mention them, but we've seen celebrities who have passed on, maybe in the movie industry, who we think are really doing well, and just one sickness, bam, we are crowdfunding. So if you complicate the issues by saying government hospitals must be privatized so that they can deliver well, what we are saying is that we should also be very ready for high costs, which I don't think ordinary Nigerians are adequately ready to pay for at this moment.
Well, I'm going to eat more fruits and drink more water and hope that I'll stay healthy and not be sick enough to go and look for help, which may not come because everybody is struggling at this point now. But this is where we have to draw the curtain, Mohammed. I would like to thank you for being a part of our show this morning. As always, it's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you. Good morning, Nigerians.
We've been talking with Mohammed Abdullahi, a public affairs analyst. We were looking at the healthcare system where the government is saying that the healthcare workers should stop leaving the country, that leaving the country is not the solution. So what else is the solution? And if we know what the solution is, why are we not putting that solution in place so that the people can stay back? This is at this point we are going to take a short break, and when we return we'll be talking about something else. Now we were looking at health care. We are going to move to something else. Just stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. Nigeria's oil production has increased to over 1.4 million barrels per day, but local refineries are still struggling due to a lack of crude oil supply. Crude oil producers continue to prioritize export over supplying domestic refineries, leaving them underutilized. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has imposed a ban on the export of crude meant for local refineries to address this issue. However, industry players claim that many refineries remain marginalized in the supply chain, leading to lower production capacity. Refinery owners have called for government support, particularly for modular refineries, to help boost local refining capacity and reduce reliance on imported fuel. The NUPRC's efforts are seen as a step forward, but industry experts stress the need for more sustainable solutions. Our guest this morning is Mr. Olabode Sowunmi, CEO, Captree. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning and thanks for having me.
Okay, so now the local refineries that we were hoping will make us see some kind of relief are complaining that they are not having enough crude to refine. And the oil companies are prioritizing, as the report says, export instead of giving to the local refineries. I'd like your comment on that.
Yeah, I think it's about the reportage of that, and there's nothing totally new there. I think the issue is about how it's being reported to make it seem like there is bias. So for perspective, Nigeria produces about 1.5 to 1.8 million barrels, let's just say 1.8 million barrels per day. Out of that 1.8 million barrels, the one that belongs to Nigeria out of it is roughly about 55 to 60% maximum, depending on the joint venture contract or if it's a production sharing contract. So if we have about, let's say for purpose of argument, 60% of that, that gives up about roughly 900,000 barrels per day. Out of that 900,000 barrels per day, a significant amount has gone into servicing of the loan debts that Nigeria has. So if you say 40% of that goes into that, you are now left with, say, about 500,000 barrels per day. Out of that 500,000 barrels per day, the nation is going to pay salaries. They are going to buy medicine that people will use. You know, generally, the expenses of government. There is what the people in the refineries want, at least starting with Dangote, is roughly about 600,000 barrels per day. It is not possible for him to get it. So which now leaves you with the other 40% that goes to the international oil companies. Now, those oil companies have been in business decades before the Dangote refinery ever came up, and they have contracts to which they sell those products. So it's not like tomatoes, which you just harvest and then you go to the market and sell it to whosoever. No, these people have contracts that are like 30-year-old, 20-year-old contracts, which they must meet by selling those products to those people. I think that's where the issue is. So it's societal pressure, social media, ignorance is not going to force them to cancel contracts. That's just what they want. So if they want crude oil, there are those who are in the spot market who they can buy for. I mean, it's an international product, and it's roughly the same price virtually everywhere.
Okay, the issue here is not whether we understand or not, but when the regulatory body or NUPRC or something said that they were stepping into this matter, it wasn't as if they were asking them to, or these oil companies to jettison whatever agreement they have had with other companies, oil companies that they sell this crude to. The bone of contention was that the oil that was meant, that was the report, that was meant for domestic consumption, for whatever the domestic consumption is going to be like, whether they are paying debts or anything, was now being exported. And now the quarrel was that, or the ban or everything that was, the penalty was that they are going to face the consequences if they keep selling this crude that was meant for Nigeria or domestic consumption to other countries. And the response of these companies was that, okay, these refineries are not meeting their obligations, which means, if I understood that well, which means oil that was originally meant for Nigeria, of the 60% that was meant for Nigeria, these people are still taking out of it and selling. That's the quarrel. So if it is 60% that should come to Nigeria, or even if it's 50% that is coming to Nigeria, and the 50% is not coming to Nigeria because they want to make the hard currency and they're selling it out, then that is a problem to some of us.
So I sincerely doubt that that can happen. So because you need to know how that place is structured. When the crude oil is pumped at the oil well, you have people from NNPC.
Yeah.
There you have people from the regulator there and all that. So everybody gets their due. When they are talking about the crude that is meant for Nigeria, that is out of that 60% that I explained, has nothing to do with the 40% that goes to the international oil companies.
Mm-hmm.
That's their own payment for their investment and the work that they've done and all that. So the like I said, the reportage is being reported in a way that is mixing up issues.
Who is doing the wrong reportage? Who is doing the wrong one? Is it the oil companies? Is it the regulatory companies? Is it the press that is doing the wrong reporting that you're talking about? Because if they say,
first of all,
the
oil companies, I doubt that they are in a position to report anything. In fact, they hardly talk. So the talk in all of these things is coming from third parties. Not even, you hardly see anything from NNPC, and I doubt if there's anything from Dangote except when they complain. So it is people outside of those people that are forming the substance, or what we think is the substance of the stories, which does not take into cognizance an understanding of how the operations take place. So for emphasis again, let me repeat the whole thing. Nigeria has its own percentage because there is a joint venture. That joint venture stipulates that a percentage of whatever income comes to Nigeria and a percentage of that income goes to the joint venture partners. Now, Nigeria is free to do whatever it wants with its own crude obligation, just like the oil companies are free to do what they want with their own crude oil obligation. Where this reportage is coming from is saying that the way the oil companies are using their own obligations is such that it is taking unfair advantage of Nigeria. And what I'm trying to say is that that sentence and that narrative in itself is steeped in a bit of ignorance, because somebody's income cannot be an entitlement of another person. So it's their income.
Ignorance on whose part? I'm just trying to understand now. Ignorance on whose part? Because NUPRC, are they part of the people you're calling third party? Because they're the ones who are threatening fire and brimstone on the companies that are not giving the quota that should be for domestic consumption. Not the press, not any other person that we can mention. It's NUPRC that is supposed to be on the know of how these things work. So where is the false narration coming from? Are they the ones that are ignorant? Because they are the ones who are threatening consequences. So would like to know who the ignorant party is that is not giving us enough information. Because in this oil sector, we have seen and heard a lot of things that we do not understand. The abracadabra in the health sector. Even when the Dangote refinery was coming on stream, we didn't even know what the price was. We didn't know who was buying from what. We didn't know anything about it. Things are beginning to get clearer and clearer now. But if we say there's an ignorant party that is giving us the information that is not true, who is this ignorant party? Is it the NUPR because they are threatening that they are going to impose sanctions on these oil companies? Is it that they don't know how it operates? Mr. Shoromi, can you hear me? We seem to have lost the audio and video of Mr. Shoromi. We hope that he will be back. Mr. Shoromi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We couldn't hear you at some point. Did you hear what I was trying to ask you? Mr. Shomi? Okay. Tariffs have gone up, but network is still not behaving well. We do hope that what the National Assembly is clamoring for, that we have better services, will be adhered to, and all these service providers do well. Because sometimes you pay so much, you are not even able to use the data or whatever it is that you are spending money on. So, Mr. Shomi, are you back with us? Well, we are talking about the fact that some oil companies, or there's been an accusation that some oil companies prioritize exporting oil and using the quota that is supposed to be for domestic consumption, where it should go to the refineries in the local scene. And they're prioritizing export because they are going to maybe make more money and all that. And the NUPRC is saying that there are going to be sanctions on all these oil companies that are doing this. And we are trying to make sense out of it. Mr. Olabode Shomi, who is our guest this morning, is telling us how it works and how that information may not be true. We're trying also to establish where the misinformation is coming from. Is it randomly coming from the press, or it's coming from NUPR? Okay, you're back with us now. We couldn't get your audio at some point. So I'm just trying to establish where the ignorance is coming from, because you keep saying that it doesn't work the way it works. So when we get all this kind of information and the NUPRC is threatening fire and brimstone, is it that they are the ones who do not understand what the problem is and how the working of the oil companies and the quotas sharing and all that is? Is it where this misinformation is emanating?
Okay, so first of all, I think I saw the NUPRC statement. What they said is that if anybody is found wanting, that they will sanction the person. They did not say anybody is found wanting. So it is important to get the substance of what is presented, and on the basis of the substance, query it. They are the regulator. It's basically like if you go before a court or the police and report that somebody has come to invade my home, to steal my property and all that. The first thing the police will say is that, okay, we are going to investigate, and if anybody is found to have been culpable, that the person will face the wrath of the law. That is different from saying that people are actually stealing or people are actually found wanting in that process. So the first thing that I think that should be done is that the very statement, the original statement that stated that there is an obligation, there is a crude oil obligation to Nigeria that is being diverted to the diverted by the IOCs. That very statement is what should be queried, so that you will be able to be sure of what the substance of the allegations are in the process. So it is based on that you can now get a feedback from the IOCs that, okay, so and so makes this allegation against you. What is your own feedback? And if they refuse to comment, that in itself is also a feedback. And it is based on that you can now engage others. Because right now, there's a lot of he said, she said, this said, without
okay, Mr. Shomi, this, I'm just trying to understand. Sorry that I'm still hammering on this. Nigeria's oil production has increased. Even though this report is talking about 1.4 million barrels per day, you said it was about 1.8 barrels. And there's a projection that it may get to 3 million barrels per day, but that is a fact. That is going to be something in our dreams that we're hoping that will come to fruition. But the statement here on this report is that the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has imposed a ban on the export of crude meant for local refineries to address the issue that the local refineries are not having enough crude. They have imposed a ban, which means this thing was happening. They have now banned it. That's how I understood the statement. That's why I'm confused when you're saying that they are investigating. they said they imposed a ban on the crude that was meant for local consumption, which means this crude was going out. They have now banned it, and anybody who crosses that line anymore will be arrested. That's my confusion. So you can't ban something that has not been moved. Yes.
Where that statement came from, I'm not aware of that statement. Is that statement public? Is it on their website? Was there a press release to that effect? So if you can explain to me where NUPRC said they put a ban on local refineries, that can be a good way to start. I'm not aware of anything like that.
So it may not have emanated from the NUPRC. That's the thing.
No, you said that authoritatively.
This is the report. This is the report I'm reading to you. So I'm trying to find out, like you said, let us interrogate this report and find out whether it emanated from NUPRC or it did not. You said it is not from NUPRC. That means we need to do an investigation again.
Hold on, sir. You made a statement and you said it is from your report. And I said that statement is not on the website of NUPRC. No, I'm not aware of a press release to that statement. So it is incumbent upon you to verify where that report came from. You are the one that made the allegation. So it is incumbent upon you to prove it that this is an NUPRC statement.
So
because that is the basis for this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that as far as I know, I'm not aware of NUPRC saying such a thing. So if you now prove that, then I can now explain the basis of what I report. If they were to say such a thing, which I doubt, it is now left for them to explain why they are saying so, because that will be going beyond the powers of regulation.
Okay.
But
now,
like
sometimes when news flies, whatever the source is, we also take that opportunity to find out from industry experts how authentic or not that is. So if this news is flying around and you as an authority are saying that it did not emanate from NUPRC, that means, like you said, it's incumbent on us to find out where this emanated from. But be that as it may, the problem still persists. The problem still persists. The problem still persists that local refineries are not getting enough oil, even when the production capacity has increased. How can we fix this?
Okay, so first of all, there's a difference between news and news. Simply because information is flying around does not make it news. It is facts that makes it news. So that's to correct that in the first place. In the second place, when there's an increase in production capacity, there is an established process for which those things are going to be used, and that is not going to be done in the media. So just like they have meetings between the refiners and the regulators, and in those meetings they are able to talk about the key issues of the industry. That is the first place that the refiners who feel shortchanged or who feel that they are obligated to a significantly more amount of crude oil, that's where they should engage. Because they are not going to run government on media. It is just not possible. So you have said that the production capacity has increased. That is good news. I wasn't aware of that. And at some point, there will be increment. So the key thing is that there is a process within the industry for engagement amongst those who feel that they have certain obligations to engage that process. It is when they have not met those obligations, when options to be looked into. But the process of governance within the industry is not going to be done on the pages of the media. It's not possible.
Okay, well, like I said, we need a solution to this, because refineries, if our refineries work well and they get the needed supply, we're hoping as Nigerians that our lives will be better. That's the whole thing, no matter what kind of grammar we are talking about, where our lives hinge largely on this oil in Nigeria. And if we're having short supply...
Local refinery production is not going to reduce price. You know, these people will be saying that before the Dangote refinery came in, and it's still the same. The factors that reduce price is not local refinery production. And I think it's also important that Nigeria get that so that there is no wrong expectation. Because one of the things that did happen was that when the Dangote refinery came in, people were expecting a astronomical drop in prices, and then we had to start making all these explanations again. You understand? Supply of crude oil does not even automatically, even in Naira, does not even automatically mean that there will be a reduction in prices. Because that is now a responsibility of economic considerations of the refinery as an independent entity. So let's change the expectations so that Nigerians don't get the wrong impression and have the wrong expectations. That is also important in terms of having a quality life.
Oh, well, we've run out of time. There are so many things that statement has brought out, but we thank you for helping us make sense of some of the things that we had as gray areas, and also making us to sit up more to look at the authenticity of things that we hear and things that we say. We'd like to thank you, Mr. Showomi, for coming on the show this morning, and we wish you a very pleasant day.
Thanks very much. Always a pleasure to be here.
We're talking to Mr. Showomi this morning, and we were talking about the fact that some refiners are complaining that they are not getting enough crude, and the regulatory body is threatening consequences on any oil company that fails to give what is supposed to be for Nigerian consumption to another country because they are prioritizing export. So he has been able to tell us that, according to him, that that statement categorically did not emanate from the NUPRC. So we'll find out who is peddling the rumors, who, to what end, what is the gain of this person and all that. So we'll still do more findings. This is a developing story. Nigerians want to have a lease of life, and we're hoping that any avenue that will give us that, we can exploit it as much as possible. This is where we wrap it up on the show this morning. We'd like to say thank you to you for being a part of this show, and we're hoping that you're going to rejoin us tomorrow for another edition. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Bye for now.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Orishoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance. From there, till I grew up, I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching. Nigeria as a whole, I also, it's me, number one. Like I'm the best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group. Whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, hit up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't want to, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing, then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. There's some, not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own tunes for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I will still teach them. So there will still be a time whereby if I see that they have gotten it up to that level, I know I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again. I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, etc. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle right for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out.
The goal for me is
to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I will say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, Our Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took it to my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it's painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like, how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that too. I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Nigeria jollof is the #1 jollof in the whole wild world.
To be honest, I've not tried Ghana jollof, but I think Nigerian. But no, I don't think Nigerian jollof is the best. It's the baddest. It originated from us. Am I right?
I've actually tried Ghanaian jollof, and I must stick to Nigerian jollof rice. Period.
I'm not biased. Nigerian jollof is
Ghanaian one is too brown and it's too mushy. Our own is, the grains they spread, and they taste nice. I trust our own is on point.
Nigerian, you say they want. See, say Ghana jollof, they go use gas, but if they use arrow with the smell of the effing go enter and it goes sweet. I just don't know what to say. I'm just happy. I just feel like crying.
Well, I haven't had Ghanaian jollof, but just Nigerian jollof. And I'll be honest, I'm not a jollof rice fan. I think jollof rice is overrated. I know you guys will be angry. I know you don't want to hear it, but the truth is, fried rice is the best. So.
You're setting me up, bro.
Nigerian jollof is just name. Nigerian jollof.
Nigerian jollof. Nigerian jollof. Because you're looking for love, what's going on? Talk your own, she won't go beat you. Why are you setting me up? No, but real. Nigerian jollof. Nigerian party jollof. Bottom pot. That's almost burnt. Almost burnt.
Burnt, where you scrape it.
But it has to be the rice that hasn't burnt, that hasn't darkened yet. So it's not bottom pot. That flavor.
Any day, Nigerian jollof,
Is it because you're Nigerian?
Because I've tasted both, and I prefer the Nigerian jollof.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
We are going to win this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Welcome to My Period Stories with me, Funke Treasure. This is a video podcast series where we talk about menstruation and issues surrounding menstruation. We hope that we can swing in our favor, the favor of girls and women all over the world, a change in legislation, a change in attitude to normalize the period conversation. Today we're going to be talking about endometriosis. This is one of the health conditions that plague women who menstruate and girls as well. So today we'll be talking this particular condition, and joining me on the show, on the podcast, is Dr. Abayomi Ajayi. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Nordica Fertility Center with offices in Abuja, Lagos, and Asaba. He is the founder of the Endometriosis Support Group and co-founder of the African Endometriosis Awareness and Support Group. His bias for endometriosis runs deep, and he's been on this for 18 years doing research, training, and advocating. And it's my pleasure, utmost pleasure, to have him join us on My Period Stories today. Dr. Ajayi, welcome.
Thank you so very much, Funke. It's really my pleasure to be here today.
What a win for us. We've been talking My Period Stories for a while now. And, endometriosis isn't much known in Nigeria, I dare say the world, And now that we have you here, I see that you've done this for 18 years and counting. And you have tentacles across West Africa, Africa, and the world. I know you run a global conference on endometriosis here as well. But talk to us about the statistics in Nigeria, for starters.
When we talk about statistics in Nigeria, we know that they're not best of friends because we, like most parts of Africa, we have to rely on other parts of the world to talk about statistics. And that's one of the things that is so gladdening to me when I heard what you've been doing unconsciously in this space, because that might just also give us the idea to have local statistics. But we're relying mainly on things that are imported, where stats are good. We believe that about 1 in 10 of women have endometriosis. Okay. I'm also very cautious anytime anybody asks me about statistics because my own stats are skewed. I only see people who present to me. They're not community-based. So I think these are one of the things that we might be able to get out of here, be able to have community-based data coming from you. And also I have stats about infertility, but these are also skewed because they are not community-based. So I think that's one of the next thing is that we must be trying to do things that are community-based.
Doctor, the first time I heard about endometriosis was because a beauty queen talked about it. She came out in the open to say, look, this is what I'm struggling with. That was my first experience. I see, working around menstrual health now, I see that a lot of people are still in the dark about endometriosis, how it presents, the diagnosis. The other time I spoke with someone and she said it took her 7 years to know that she was dealing with endometriosis. How does it present and why does it take so long before people know that they're suffering from it?
First and foremost, let me acknowledge Nike, who has done a lot about talking about our story in endometriosis.
Nike Oshinowo.
Oshinowo, yeah. And so how does endometriosis present? I think that's one of the problems why it's difficult to diagnose it. Most of the symptoms are things that women consider to be personal, and therefore they're not free discussing it with people, especially when most of the doctors are men, and so because it has to do with menstruation, just like you said. And one of the things I'm sure you're going to achieve or try to achieve is to see how women can talk more about menstruation. What I tell them is that you should not be ashamed of seeing your menses. It's when you don't see it that you actually should be alarmed. And so the common thing is pain, or the commonest symptom of endometriosis is pain. But this pain now can be varied. It can come whether when you're menstruating, or it can even come when you're not menstruating. And then this pain also can be associated with having sex. It can be associated with going to pass feces, stooling. It can be associated with when you're passing urine. And this pain can be very intense sometimes. Because most of the time, what this pain is associated with are things that everybody we do on a daily basis. And that's why sometimes some people just tend to want to either normalize the symptoms in their head, okay, or also is not helped by the fact that when they present to doctors sometimes, because you can be purely, there might be no signs, the doctor might examine you and not find anything. And so some of the patients have been told that the problem is in their heads. Some have been referred to psychiatrists, So it's been this. So pain is one thing. The second thing now is sometimes you can bleed abnormally from either your menses is prolonged, either it's irregular, or either you can even bleed from abnormal places. Some people bleed from...
Really?
Yes. Some people bleed from their navels. And we have quite a number of people who do that. Some people actually also bleed from the nose. So, because endometriosis, that's the thing. Maybe we should start with the definition.
Right.
That it is the deposit of the tissue that lines the uterus, which is what we call the endometrium. When it occurs anywhere apart from where it's supposed to be lining the uterus, it's called endometriosis. So, and this can go anywhere, but the commonest places where it is usually below the umbilicus. That's the commonest places. But it can go into the chest, but it can go into even the brain. So,
oh, wow.
So because it's misplaced endometrium, So this, and those are part of the reasons why it's so difficult for doctors to make the diagnosis, because it's not as if, like in malaria, you have a headache, you have fever, it's malaria until it's not 2 + 2 don't add up to 4.
So I've often wondered, I've heard stories of sufferers of endometriosis saying that it has to do with their heart as well. How does this even happen? How does it migrate to that place? I know you've talked about the fact that you can even bleed from the navel, but how does it get into the heart?
Yeah, it's the covering of the chest, the covering of the lungs where it can go to. And this is the theory of how endometriosis actually forms in the first place. There's still a lot of argument about that, but we know that it can pass through the blood, because don't forget what we're talking about is displaced endometrium. So it can pass through the blood, it can pass through the lymphatic flow. So, and sometimes some people believe it can even start on its own, grow on its own from there. But we know that it can go to the covering of the lungs, and then that's why you see some people cough out blood. But usually it's related to when they are menstruating.
So if they're menstruating, they can also cough out blood?
So it's like they're menstruating where the deposit also is. Don't forget that it's the endometrium. It's a deposit in the wrong place. So if it's in the lungs, you can be coughing out blood at the same time that you're menstruating.
So it doesn't mean that you're dying now. It just means that something is wrong somewhere.
Exactly. It's for, and the good thing again is that if it is that, you probably don't need surgery for that, you know.
But do you always need surgery for endometriosis?
No. You know that most of the time people are afraid when you start coughing out blood. Okay. And
I'll be.
Yeah, and then you've done, the first thing in this environment is we think about tuberculosis. And you've seen this person has been on tuberculosis therapy for about 1 year. He does not seem to be going. So somebody somewhere, very smart Alec, is thinking of cancer or something funny. Meanwhile, it's endometriosis. All you need to go back is your history. But because you're not asked the woman, when does this happen? And she tells you that it's only when I'm menstruating. And that's most of the time is the clincher. And then again, one of the places where it is seen is in infertility clinics, because we have seen that about 40 to 50% of these women might end up being infertile.
Okay. Before we get into the woman issue, let's talk about, because I hear there is something called adolescent endometriosis. So they're not even talking fertility here, yet they have endometriosis. How do we know that, okay, this girl child in my house may be suffering from endometriosis?
I think that's actually one of the most pressing things now that people are trying to look at that. Look, because we've seen that about 60% of the women who have endometriosis, their symptoms started before they were 20. They were having this pain, which either their parents, you know, typically you have 2-3 girls, and it's only one that the whole world seems to stop when she's menstruating. So the tendency to say, look, what's your problem? I mean, why are you different?
Which is actually what happens, because then people shame you about your pain and say, what's wrong with you? We're all menstruating here. How is your own different? We have pains too.
Yeah.
So you don't want to talk because you're wondering, okay, maybe the pain, as you said, is in my head.
Yeah, exactly. So those are some of the things that happen to these young girls. And we've seen also that some of them, because of this problem, they might not be able to achieve their life goals. Imagine a girl who every month is away from school for 2, 3, 4 to 5 days every month. So she's bound to miss school tests, she's bound to miss. After a while also she starts living with this, you know, and then she's also already readily labeled. Right. You know, that she's not serious. She's, even the parents, even the teachers, and imagine you're in the office with such a person. So these are some of the things that these people go through. And that's why people are now looking at, look, since we now know that about 60% of these girls or women will have started having their symptoms when they are below 20, pay attention to making the diagnosis at this point. One, you know, if they know what is wrong with them, their life course is likely to be different.
So how would they know this girl's adolescent endometriosis?
Doctors, parents, the girls themselves. So this is where this is important, trying to raise the awareness about endometriosis. So sometimes the girl herself can say, Mom, don't you think I have endometriosis? Do you understand? So it is. So the thing is that we need to continue to pass this knowledge to anybody and everybody.
So if you have unusual pain, don't just wish it away. Don't just think, oh, it's normal.
Any menstrual pain that disturbs your chores, you must see a doctor.
Yeah, but there's also fibroid pains. I mean, if you have fibroid,
it's the doctor's responsibility. And if you're not getting the right response from this doctor, please change and see another one.
So how do we care for sufferers? Okay, this person has been diagnosed with endometriosis. How do we, those in the immediate environment, begin to care for such a person?
The problem starts with the healthcare to start with, making the diagnosis. Because like we said now, your needs, we might have endometriosis, your needs might be different from mine. Mine might be that I have pain. It's only 40 to 50% of them that have infertility. So I might be able to have a baby if I belong to the other group. Okay. And you, it might be that having a baby is your problem. So the thing is to look at this. First thing is to see what is the problem. And sometimes it's the two together. I have pain, I can't have children. So the thing is that we must know where the problem, but one thing that everybody who has endometriosis have in common is quality of life, decreased quality of life. Okay. When you don't know when you're going to menstruate, you know, so sometimes you can't put on white. You can, if you cannot have intercourse, even when you're married, it's so many marriages have been wrecked by endometriosis. Men quickly jump to the conclusion that,
he must be seeing somebody
he must
somewhere.
be seeing somebody else.
You're getting it from somewhere.
Exactly. But you know what? This guy can't get it from nowhere because he has pain. I remember one of the earliest conferences that I had. One day I was just talking about endometriosis at the Civic Center, and I saw this man. This must be 2005, 2006. Every word I said or was saying, the man was absorbing it. So I was ready that this guy, if nobody asked me any question today, this man is going to, because he wasn't only a young man. And when I finished, and he said, "Doctor, I've never heard anybody speak about, no doctor has ever spoken about endometriosis in Nigeria before. I just came back with my wife from the UK, and we're coming to see you. And we've been friends ever since then." You know, it was so bad that they had, it was a second marriage. The lady was younger, and it was a hell to have intercourse. It was a hell to do it. That one day, this lady told me later that there was a day her own daughter went to meet the dad and said, "Dad, why don't we go and live in the UK and leave mommy in Nigeria?"
Oh, wow.
And so the dad said, "Oh, why do you want us to go and live in the UK?" He said, "Because mom is always in pain."
And then she wanted daddy to leave her in Nigeria.
No, that was what she could just think about.
As a solution.
Yes. That, look, this woman is giving us a lot of problems. That is our own daughter. Are you going to say that she does not love her mom?
In other words, it's difficult to care for a sufferer.
Very difficult.
You have to just live with the pain.
Exactly.
Is it not curable?
Unfortunately, right now it's not curable, but it can be managed. The pain can be managed.
How?
Oh, there are many drugs now that we can use to manage the pain. And that's why I keep saying that you have to choose the what you are going after. That's why you need to see a doctor who knows about this condition. So sometimes some people are fighting the pain, and the drugs that they are given will also not make this woman to get pregnant. Meanwhile, she's desirous of both getting rid of the pain and getting pregnant. So it's important that you know who you are talking to, and then hopefully over time also there will be more centers of excellence for endometriosis in Nigeria.
Right. So you've done this for 18 years and still counting. That's a lot of work you've put into this awareness of endometriosis, and now you're involved in the conference about endometriosis. I heard about it last year, and I saw a massive assemblage of speakers from across the world. I was so excited. So what informed this conference? And I know that there's an essay competition. I'll come back to that shortly. But talk to me about this conference and what you've been able to achieve with that conference.
Yes, thank you. Endometriosis is a worldwide problem. And the same problem about awareness is all over the world. So when the person you spoke to said 7 years, she must be very lucky. She must have seen the right doctor, who went to their graves with endometriosis, because the doctors were not just looking at. Because what we were taught 30 years ago was that endometriosis was not in blacks. So, and therefore you can sit in front of the doctor and you're talking to him about endometriosis because he's not thinking about it. He's telling you something different. So she must have been very lucky, but the picture is changing rapidly now. A lot of people are interested in endometriosis. People are talking more about endometriosis, but there's still much more to be done about this, you know.
There's still much more to be done about this. Let's take a break at this juncture. Welcome back to My Period Stories. This is where we have amazing stories about menstruation and issues regarding menstruation. We've been talking about endometriosis, and with us here is Dr. Abayomi Ajayi. He's had 18 years experience talking endometriosis, researching and advocating for awareness around endometriosis. Dr. Ajayi, before we left off, we were going to start talking about the conference. Huge, assemblage of really quality speakers across the world. I'm told about the Botswana lady who came and anchored. I'm told about how vibrant the awareness is in Kenya. And tell us your Nigerian vision for endometriosis.
Yes, you know that you can't, there's no point in trying to reinvent the wheel. There's some people that have gone through what we're going through now, and they also are lucky. Maybe there is more funding towards research. So it's always good to bring such people to your country, share their experiences. Nobody can be using the analog telephone now and saying that because we don't manufacture cell phones in Nigeria. So what we're trying to do is catch up the years by bringing people from America, from the UK, from other African countries to share this knowledge and see how we can make it better for both our caregivers and even patients as well by telling them for example, what we discuss now about adolescent endometriosis. Unless somebody, either a parent or a doctor, understands this, what we're talking about. Imagine that you taking your 16-year-old girl to the doctor and he's saying that, you know what, I've done all these tests, we might have to do a laparoscopy. You say, what? My girl is 16.
Young girl?
You want to do a laparoscopy on her? So those are some of the things. Though I'm not saying that, the ESHRE guidelines that came out last year, ESHRE is the European Society for Reproductive Health and Embryology, is putting laparoscopy no longer as the gold standard for diagnosis of endometriosis, that we should try to do some clinical stuff before we get to the point of laparoscopy. But sometimes you have to do laparoscopy. So the example I even have, the experience I've had, is to say that you are prescribing oral contraceptive for a 15-year-old girl, and the mother looks at you and says, are you for real? But that's what she needs at that point in time. So those are some of the things that we need to bring parents, we need to bring doctors up to speed on things like that look, this is happening and we need these are things that we can do.
That's what the conference is about.
Yes, yeah.
So what's the success rate? Is it something you can gauge? What's the attendance of that conference like?
Yeah, I think, for me, I think it's been gratifying, it's been satisfying in the sense that I remember when we started, many people could not even pronounce the word endometriosis.
Endo something.
Yeah, they used to tell me that's your endo something. But now everybody can pronounce endometriosis. And then I remember the first few cases. There was one that I will never forget. 2 doctors were talking, and one of them happens to be a surgeon. And I was just going past, and I heard him talking about putting a chest tube. So when you put a chest tube on a young girl, I'm interested. Okay.
Right.
And and they were talking about the girl having tuberculosis, and they were putting a chest tube. So after their discussion, I said, I hope you don't mind. And they said, no. So I said, have you thought about endometriosis? that this girl, tell me the color of the fluid that came out. We said it was bloody. They were screening for cancer. I said, no, hold on a minute. What's the age? 20-something. Go back. Ask her whether it's related to her menstrual period. And the guy called me a few hours after to say, Doc, you're right, it's endometriosis. So such things have left indelible marks.
And then you introduced the essay competition. Talk to me about that one. I mean, that excites me because now you've brought in the girl child. It's as if you're telling them to own this because there's something that pertains to you here. And so I'd like to hear what's your experience like with the essay competition and the girls writing about endometriosis?
Well, I think we've made wonderful discoveries. My belief in Nigeria is strengthened on a daily basis by the kind of people you come across in Nigeria. And these girls are so wonderful. Some of them are just, and the level of support that they get, some of them get. And for me, I think there's a lot of hope in Nigeria. I think we're doing the 6th edition of the essay. Why did we do this? Because you can see I'm gray. So sometimes if I'm in the room with young girls, they're not so free to talk to me. But if somebody, their age group, is talking to them, it makes a lot of difference. And so that's why we came with the idea that, look, doctors, most of the time we make the mistake. We're always talking above people. We don't talk with them. We don't talk to them.
Right.
And your best bet is peer to talk to one another. So we started with this idea of saying, okay, fine, let these young girls talk about this condition that we know starts in their age group.
So that's how come you're socializing them into it
Exactly.
early. Okay, before you go, Doctor, can you kindly talk about access to sanitary pads in Nigeria? I mean, there's endemic period poverty, and one of the reasons why we have this podcast is to address the issue of period poverty as well. Can you speak to this issue so we can have our legislators listening to you? Perhaps they will have a change of heart and do something.
Yes, Funke, it's a nice question, but the problem that we have most of the time is that there is no raw data. Okay, we all know that poverty is in this land, but how many people actually have access to sanitary towers? It would be good to have raw data. That's why I'm interested in what you're doing.
In the data we're collecting
Yes.
in our little corner.
Yeah, we need to know what percentage of these girls. I've spoken to people from, one problem that we have in Nigeria, we think that Lagos and Abuja is Nigeria. Okay. It's not. You go to the interland and speak to people who are still using rags.
Precisely.
For their menstrual period.
Socks, foam.
They are using all kinds of things. And then you tell me that infertility is common? Why won't it be? So some of those things can actually also be prevented if they have the right education. Everything for me, as far as I'm concerned, is that knowledge empowers. And until we start putting that right knowledge in the right places, we're not doing anything yet.
Until we start putting the right people in the right places, we're not doing anything yet. On that note, we'd like to thank you for joining us on the podcast, My Period Stories. We'll be back again.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, oh, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
Do you understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
Understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's
Every
our
day.
reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
It's my pleasure to welcome you once again to yet another entertaining episode of Regardless, your #1 anti-drug abuse TV series put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, CADAM, a faith-based NGO that are at the forefront of the fight against drug abuse. My name is Louisa Olani. It's always an honor to be your host. Today on the show, we'll be looking at negative enablement, and we're being joined this episode by Mrs. Clara Anyanwu. She is the Deputy Director, Drug Demand Reduction Division of NAFDAC. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
As always, we'll take a sneak peek into the video of the day, and we'll be right back to give you the analysis. Do stay tuned.
David, how are you? So you're back from school so soon?
Abba, Popsy, I've been back for like a week now.
Oh, really? And I don't know about it. Is the semester over already?
Yes, now. You even saw me 2 nights ago when you came back from...
Oh, dear. That was gonna... How could he have missed that goal? Huh? David, did you see that? This guy now, Bono. Did I keep my phone? Oh. You know what? Go to the fridge. Get a cold, cheap beer for yourself. Huh? And come refill my glass too.
No problem, sir.
Okay, good. Who watches a game of football without a glass of a cold beer?
This you're indulging, Dave, in your drinking habits. Hey.
Woman, please don't start. As you can see, I'm watching my game.
Start what? I'm just saying, no.
Is David a kid? He's 19 for crying out loud. And he's a fully fledged grown man. He's allowed to taste beer and drink if he wants. Huh? Thank you, Jerry. Look, women are not wanted in this kind of gathering. It is men's affair, football.
Where is my phone, Seth?
Go to the kitchen and look for your phone. It's not here. And don't disturb my... Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes. Pass your ball, man. Pass your... Oh.
Mom, this is actually very boring. I don't know what to enjoy in this.
This is one of the few awesome movies I've watched in recent times. The moral lesson in it, amazing.
Mom. Okay, fine. I'm going to bed.
Good night. Get the door, David. I'm sure it's your father. David!
Yes?
Get the door.
Welcome, Dad.
Yeah, David, how are you doing?
Welcome. How's work? I've been trying to call you all day. Your phone was switched off.
I had drinks with friends after work.
It's quite late. Shouldn't have come back so late. It's dangerous.
Am I one of your students?
Okay.
Dinner, please. I'm starving. That reminds me, a few of my friends and colleagues will be coming here for drinks tomorrow evening.
Drinks?
Mommy.
What?
You knock now, courtesy.
What is that in the bottle?
It's just a drink.
You are drinking in this house?
Mommy, don't we drink every time? You have drink in excess, so what's it now for?
Are you talking to me like that?
Mommy, please, please, I'm not a kid anymore now. If you want me to stop drinking, tell your husband to stop buying it too now. How about? So when you see me drinking with him, why don't you stop me?
There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. I'll show you I'm your mother.
Mommy David, thank God I saw you today. I've been looking for you for the past 2 weeks. Where have you been?
I've been around. It's just that our paths didn't cross.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I really want to thank you. That was the reason why I'm even asking for you. I want to thank you because the advice you gave to me concerning my boy Tolani for his academic studies, he has really improved. In fact, his grade is coming up.
Oh.
I thank God.
Thank you. Thank you for thanking me. And you are welcome. The truth is, every child is unique and intelligent in his own way. It's just left for us parents to be patient and find out and understand them.
You're right.
But I'm glad that he's improving.
You're right. Yeah, how is Tehila and David?
Oh, they're fine. David is back. They're on break.
Oh, really? Yes, I think I saw him.
Saw him where?
I saw him around the neighborhood with some boys. And those boys are extremely dangerous.
Are you sure it was David you saw?
Yes, it's David I saw. I saw him in odd places. That is why I really wanted to see you.
I doubt you saw right, but in case it was David you saw, I'm certain he can take care of himself.
Okay. Has he been behaving strangely at home?
No.
You don't notice anything strangely about him?
He's not been behaving strangely at all.
Okay. But I saw him where they're smoking.
Did you see Dave smoke?
No, I didn't see David smoke. But I wanted to talk to him.
I trust my son totally. But thank you so much still for your concern.
Okay.
I will talk to him. Yeah. It's not as if I'm asking you to go.
No.
You know I'm dressed. I was getting ready for a meeting.
No. Why? At least if you are in my shoes, you will still tell me.
Yes.
No problem. No problem.
Yes.
Oh, wahala.
It's true. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, ma, let me be going.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Please talk to him.
I will.
Very important.
Thank you. I will. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, ma.
All right, ma. Bye-bye.
Yes, bye.
Okay, ma.
Dave, I've been calling you since. Where have you been? Where are you coming from? And where did you keep your phone?
I'm sorry, Mom. I lost track of time.
You lost track of time at 12 midnight. Eh? David, do you want to kill me? Do you want to kill me?
Mama, it was a birthday party. I was busy having fun. I forgot about time. Lost track of time.
A birthday party and you are this drunk? Whoa! What is that smell on your breath? David, you see this venture you want to start? It's not in this house. It cannot walk inside this house. Hey! Almighty, show me the right path. Show me the right path with this child. Hi.
Yeah, they were.
Have you noticed anything strange about David lately?
No.
You were asleep last night. He came home very late and drunk.
How is that a problem?
Really?
Honey, David is a man. Give him some liberty. You can't treat him same way you treat our baby Tahila.
It's not just about last night. I've noticed lately that he's been keeping to himself a lot.
Honey, you're worrying too much. Huh? You're worrying too much. Boys will always be boys. Let him be. Allow the young man to enjoy his freedom. I did worse when I was at his age.
Amazing how Dave has grown from just a sip to now having a full bottle to himself. Well, that's the story. That's the story of the Rufus' family. Welcome again to the show, Mrs. Clara. I want you to take us through that scenario. What do you make of that video?
Very interesting, but really what we see in the family these days. I see a disconnect first with husband and wife. A goal that has not been decided by both of them. While one person is interested in pleasing the child, that's the son, with alcohol, drinks to make him feel happy, the mother, on the other hand, is set in trying to put things right in the home. Two different things happening here. There's a disconnect, there's a communication problem here going on. The child, if you look at it in his own right, you can't blame him here because he's blaming his problem on the father. Is he wrong? He's not. The mother definitely should have been aware of what was going on in this family. If she was always there with her husband, she would have started noticing this to her husbands, maybe when they sit down and do things. That's when you begin to see some changes in your husband.
Well, there was a time she actually interjected. I felt like, Rufus, you're indulging this guy. And
Yes, but that was in the later scenes. The first scene doesn't see a husband and wife together. If the husband and wife were always watching ball together, this would have started and been nipped in the bud.
He wouldn't watch Z-World with me, would he?
Well, it would be nice, to share some things in common. If I stayed with you to watch your football, join me as a family, let's watch Z-World.
But there should be some father-son time, like we have a daughter-mother time, where they tend to talk about, harm, any harm at all, giving a child a harmless sip from your drink as an adult.
There's no harm, but it depends on what the drink is around. You were there to supervise, it's a sip. But will you be there when he decides to take a drink? And in whose company will he do? You probably had a control, you probably had your experience. You may have taken that opportunity to say to your son, this is really very nice. I enjoyed it. Be real about it. I indulged way back then. This is what it got me into. But I'm back. Let him see the reality that comes with that thing he's taking. That would have probably put a lid on it.
And maybe just giving a warning that you might not be as lucky as I was
Yes.
to bounce back.
Yes.
Okay, so what are those things we do as adults that consciously or unconsciously, nudge these young people to go into, let's start, of course, with alcohol use before we go into the, the whole drug thing.
Without the alcohol, the first thing is not being there. And when I say not being there, I mean not just the physical aspect of things, spiritual, mentally, you're not there. You don't read. They want to communicate. Sometimes your child looks at you and all he needs or she needs is a hug, not criticism.
In this kind of Lagos, everybody goes in the morning and comes back at night. Would you blame the parents?
In a way, I wish the parents would stop, take a break before they react.
You don't have work in NNPC.
No.
They need to hustle.
Yes, they need to hustle, but we need to start trying to understand that the situation that they are presently finding themselves is not their fault. It's not their making. Neither is it your fault either. But we need to keep going. We need to do something. We need to communicate. If we keep blaming each other, taking it out on the next person, where do you think we'd go?
So are we having it prevalent now, or it used to be, but social media just made us hear about it more? Because even back then, you see that we had this close-knitted family where everybody stayed together. We seem to be close. The mom is in the horror room or the kitchen and everything, but things still went bad.
Yes, it was there, but not this bad. Social media did contribute to it. Let's take a look at what is happening these days. Husband and wife go out for a dinner date. I think the only time they might even chat with each other is when the menu comes. What would you rather have, dear? And then, oh, that's what I want. Then watch it. As soon as the waiter goes, everybody's on the phone. And may remain that way till the waiter comes with the food. Then you continue eating. After that, back to the phone. And you're having dinner with your husband, you're not discussing even the family. You're not discussing your dreams, your aspirations. Then after a while, you begin to say your wife doesn't pay attention to you, or the husband is having a problem and the woman doesn't notice what's going on. How? When both of us have already been carried away with gadgets.
Interesting. We're looking at some of the things we do as adults to enable, that are enabling or nudging these children, these kids, into drug or alcohol use, consciously or unconsciously. And of course, you're still watching regardless. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, as a NAFDAC staff, as a NAFDAC boss, you take us through what the agency is doing in the fight against drug abuse. Stay tuned.
My name is Mrs. Anyao. I head the Drug Demand Reduction Division of the Narcotics and Controlled Substances Directorate of NAFDAC. I'm here on the issue of drug abuse, something that we know is actually a pandemic in the country, and we're actually trying to believe it's not there, but it exists amongst us. What's the solution? Is to understand why they go into it in the first place. That's the first thing. And this thing begins with the home. We need to know our children, know our partners, know our people around us at home. That's the only way we can prevent this pandemic from getting any worse than it is already.
We're still talking negative enablement right here on the show. And of course, Mrs. Clara Anyamu, Deputy Director, Drug Demand Reduction Division of NAFDAC, is with us in the studio. Thank you again, ma'am, for making our time to be here to enlighten us on the danger of drug use. Now, before that break, we were talking about how parents are not aware, how parents are not available for their children and all of that. Delving straight into the topic, how, in one way or the other, do we enable our kids, knowingly or unknowingly, into drug use?
Not being there, like I said. Enabling, you are probably a well-to-do parent. You keep this alcohol, drugs in the house. You are giving the opportunity, enabling the child to, satisfy his or her curiosity by finding these things lying around, watching what you do. He or she is tempted to try some of these things. That's enabling. You have situations where parents actually warned about some of these things. And you saw in the video where a friend came to tell the mother of her observations about where she found her son. And you observe the lady was trying to defend. That's another way of enabling, when parents actually live in denial, saying it's not my portion. Okay, like I say during my presentations, if it's not your portion, whose portion is it?
Your neighbors.
Okay, you are enabling another thing going. Some parents make it difficult for even teachers in the community. They are the next people you leave your children with. And they observe certain behavior changes. They want to come and talk to you. And then you have parents that slap them and say, it's not my kid. You are enabling such behavior. Your children, the most likely place they will hide some of this strange behavior is in their school bags. How many of us actually go and check your children's bags? You are enabling an environment where some of
So as the student parent advisor, actually that is kind of like a little bit different because we actually are the gap that bridges the two generations of the parents and the post-secondary success and education on that level. Now with my daughter though, it's basically about boundaries. So yes, she's young, but I've taught her boundaries. Hey, you should not be bathing, at someone's house. You should not have anyone in the restroom with you. There's what areas shouldn't anyone touch? No one should be telling you anything that I can't know about. They shouldn't be telling you to keep secrets. So the biggest thing is, even though they're young, teaching them to set boundaries is the first way to establish the ability to say no to an adult, the ability to say, hey, this is something I shouldn't be doing, or the ability to come to you and say, hey, I've made a mistake and now I need your assistance as family to help rectify this situation.
So now, you say there were 3 generations of teen moms and then you survived that. So would you, if comparing your life to, the life of your mother, your grandmother, what would you say went better? What did you achieve by not becoming a teen mom?
Yes. So first of all, the emotional intelligence. And what I mean is my mom was 15, her mom was 13, her mom was 12. Oh, and I knew my great-great-grandmother. So that I was born when she was here because the generation of children were born so quickly and so young. And so one of the biggest things is that scarcity trauma wrapped around scarcity of resources was a big thing that I was able to actually witness. Having my daughter older and as an adult, I had about 9 to 10 year advantage on being able to have a decent education, a decent, employment opportunity where I wasn't having to work minimum wage.
Well, thank you so much, Brittany, for sharing that. This is where we end our show. We thank our guests, Koinga Kodra-Mobo, co-founder of Talita Together, and Brittany Marceau, the Aspen Institute 2023 Ascend Parent Advisor, and the Family and Workforce Centers of America's Skill Up program participant, for joining us. Be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com or on our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episodes and the world's top news stories. We will see you again next week with another exciting program. Be sure to continue the conversation on our social media platforms. Until then, thanks for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 I dey pay.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reassured Lagosians once again of more developmental projects in this year 2025. This development, he said, would be evident in transportation, agriculture, health, energy, environment, and other critical sectors, the governor said his administration will redouble its efforts in all sectors, keying into the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration and working with the federal government to bring prosperity to Lagosians. To this end, the governor charged leaders at the subnational and all levels to support the President Tinubu-led federal government in ensuring that the dividends of democracy touch all and sundry. This is a Greater Lagos vision. Welcome, I'm Love Oyedeku. On this episode,
infrastructure. Governor Sanwo-Olu pledges to address infrastructural challenges in Ojo and Oriade. Urban regeneration. No part of Lagos would be left behind,
says Sanwo-Olu. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu
has pledged to address infrastructural challenges in Ojo and Oriade. This move is aimed at improving the quality of life for residents of the riverine communities in Lagos State. Addressing the people during the commissioning of 4 newly constructed roads in Oriade LCDA and Amuwo-Odofin, Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed commitment to building bridges that will connect these riverine areas to the mainland. The roads commissioned represent a critical part of Lagos State's infrastructural master plan and aligned with the Themes Plus agenda. The governor emphasized that this initiative is part of a broader vision to transform Lagos into a state where modern and efficient infrastructure that serves all its residents regardless of their geographical location.
Like I keep saying, you may not like our face, but you cannot dislike what we do. You don't need to like us, but just like what we do, and that for us is more important. Today we stand as a proud government because we have started our journey here in Ojo and Oriade and Amuwo since 12 o'clock. Earlier today, we went on an inspection on an hospital project that will be the biggest hospital in the whole of Lagos West Senatorial District, which is in your domain here, which is a specialist multi-purpose Ojo General Hospital. You saw the edifice that is coming up there. We are promising you that within the next 12 months, we should be nearing completion of that health institution. We will change completely the health challenges that you have in this community and the entire environs of Ojo, Amuwo, Oriade, and all of you into the communities in the riverine. And that is what you deserve, the very, very, very best in your senatorial district. And so we want to give you the commitment. It's coming with accommodation for doctors, for nurses, and it is a total of about 280 beds that will be completed in that hospital. After that, we also look at the regeneration around Iba Junction. We have done the groundbreaking of 1,500 shops, 300 lock-up for your community. At that Iba Junction, there are so many people that are selling things on the main road. And you know we have done a lot of cleanup there. But we need to be able to relocate them into proper markets. So that's why we're doing the groundbreaking. It's a private sector with LSDPC that will be doing the market. And we told them that the market is for the locals, it's for the citizens, it's for the community that is in that place. And I'll personally supervise and ensure that no stranger, no foreigner come and take your market. It is your own. We'll make sure that the funding and the cost will be affordable and will be bearable. So you can see that the whole of Ojo Amuwo land is changing. It's changing and it is changing very fast. I also inspected as we were driving the ongoing phase 2 of the Blue Line. like any. I was just looking at bridge and bridge and bridge and bridge. Our grandson, we continue to wonder that what is going on. What is going on? And you can begin to see that the real infrastructure on that phase 2 of the rail project is going on and is going on very, very well. My prayer is that we all live to see the completion of that phase 2 in no time, so that we can connect waterways infrastructure, we can connect road infrastructure, and we can connect rail infrastructure. All of the three together will be working, and they are in your community. They are where? They are in your community. Help me just tell them that I do not like the amount of refuse that they are dumping on the highway. I saw Loma working there, and we're going to come really hard on people that are defacing our environment. We will come very, very hard on them, and please warn them that we will ensure that we leave nothing undone to ensure that the very best is what is what is expected.
Governor Sanwo-Olu outlined plans to assess the best alignment for the proposed bridges to ensure it would effectively connect the riverine communities to the mainland, enhancing mobility for residents. He expressed his vision of developing Ojo and Oriade into prosperous localities comparable to Victoria Island and Ikoyi.
We want Ojo, we want Oriade to also be a small Victoria Island and Ikoyi. One of that, bàbá mi kábíyèsí òyekàn àbílẹ̀kọ́ ìmọ̀gbẹ̀yẹ náà ó máa di lẹ́kì ó náà máa di banana ó ń bọ̀ náà ní ṣáà máa ti tà tán ṣẹgbọ́ just preserve the land for me. We are coming for redevelopment and redevelopment and redevelopment. Thank you very much. So here now, this is our third of stop for today, and I stand here to express a very high sense of gratitude for all of you, for bearing with us, and for taking out time to join us at this yet another commissioning. These are 4 strategic roads that we've seen have changed and is changing the face of social economic development in Oriade, in Amuro, and extending also to Ojo. We're bringing everything together. The first one is the Irede Road, which we have completed up to the Irede jetty. That jetty, we're doing something so that you can cross onto a riverine area. That has been completed. The second one is Adiomumuni Badmus. It was Badmus who I knew Adiomumuni Badmus. That road, 3-point-something kilometer, all the way to the jetty as well. That famous Ijegun, jetty, Ijegun jetty, very strategic for petroleum products and all of the PMS that is coming into the interland. We know what the destruction had been. At one point, we're expecting Messrs. NNPC to help develop that road, but they didn't listen. But we've gone there now. We've done a total rebuild. We've extended it to 4-lane highways so that our people and our citizens can enjoy good quality life with drainages and with culverts, with walkways, with street lights. Everything has been handed over onto that road. The third one is the old Navy Road, Navy Town Road. Navy Town has the strategic, from the name, Navy Town Barracks. Our men of the Nigerian Navy that continue to implement strategic security on the waterways for us. This Navy Town is indeed, in my view, maybe their biggest barracks. And to see the deplorable rates of that road, we had to do something. It also goes to the CBN, very big CBN staff quarters and training ground. So all of that is things of the past now. That's why you see the entire men of the Nigerian Navy here appreciating it. The flag officer, Western Command, had sent a whole redneck to come and represent him. We want to say to you that our development cuts across every arm of governance, be it military, be it private, be it public. Will ensure that no one is left behind. The fourth one is the famous Old Ojo Road. Old Ojo Road. The name is as old as Lagos itself. That is a long stretch all the way that gets into Trade Fair, from Maza all the way there. Because of the strategic importance of it, we have to break that into two phases. We have completed phase 1. Gbogbo kúkúlẹ̀ tí Ramadan kúnlẹ̀ yẹn kì í ṣe phase 2 ẹ̀ ní. Mo dẹ̀ ti gbọ́ ìkúnlẹ̀. By the grace of God, we will start the construction of the phase 2 of the road, so that we will not give you half bread. We will give you a complete 3-course meal, because that is what you deserve in this part of the city. So that construction will take you all the way to Maza, which is getting towards Festac and Mile 2. You deserve it. It is what is expected. It is what we had promised, and we will do it. There are 1 or 2 other connections that the special advisor have also said we will be ensuring that all of that is also being done. Why do we do this? We do this because when this government came into power, under the team's agenda, we prioritized transportation, traffic management, we prioritized movement of our citizens from one point to the other. And I'm happy that we continue to keep that promise that we have given to each and every one of you. We know that with improvement in the movement, your social economic life will be improved upon. You can commune amongst yourself quicker, faster, and better. You can commune on your business to your residence, to your places of work, to your places of abode at short notices. And that's what we've done. Old Ojo Road runs parallel to the Lagos-Badagry Express Road. So you can see that it's a strategic relief for the Lagos-Badagry Express Road. And so it's a road that we believe will change life completely. The Mumuni Adio Badmos Road takes you from the Lagos-Badagry Express Road, takes you all the way to the Ijegun Jetty. Irradiate similarly takes you from the Express Road, take you all the way to the Jetty. The Navy Town Road takes the connection and ensures that critical infrastructures on that road are completed. What better things can we do? When you tell us to do more, what it tells us that you believe that we're a responsible and we're a responsive government. And so we'll continue to do more for you.
In his remarks, Olufemi Daramola, the special advisor to the governor on infrastructure, noted that the roads were previously in poor condition due to heavy truck traffic. Meanwhile, Lagos State Speaker, Right Honorable Mojisola Miranda, represented by Honorable Desmond Elliott, urged the community to take ownership of the newly constructed roads.
The projects we are commissioning today are critical to the development and prosperity of Amuwo-Odofin local government area and Lagos State as a whole. Each of these roads serves as a vital transportation corridor that facilitates economic growth, enhancement of goods and services, and supports the social fabric of the local community. These roads improve connectivity and support intermodal transportation, linking key transportation hubs in cities and bonded terminals in the area. This project of the broader infrastructural vision aligns with the team, especially in the areas of transportation and traffic management. Firstly, let us celebrate the reconstruction and dualization of the road. Spanning 2.2 kilometers, this road connects Badagry Expressway at Trade Fair bus stop to the Irede Jetty, serving as a vital link for water transportation to several riverine communities, including Ibasa, Ibeshi, Ilashi, and Imore. Prior to reconstruction, it was a single carriageway road in a deplorable state, which hindered transportation and limited economic activities in the area. However, after reconstruction, we now have a dual carriageway with a CRCP finish, replacing the previously inadequate single carriageway. Thirdly, the rehabilitation of Navy Town Road a 700-meter road that provides access to Old Ojo Road, the Central Bank Training School, and several Nigerian Navy installations. Prior to its rehabilitation, the two-lane carriageway was in poor condition, obstructing the movement of goods, services, and citizens in the area. The installation of a 80 mm 45 MPa interlocking stone pavement finish has upgraded the driving surface. Finally, the common denominator, Old Ojo Road, which spans 7.6 kilometers from Irede to Mazamaza, serves as a key alternative route to the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. The reconstruction of Old Ojo Road was conceptualized to the at this juncture. We commissioned the first phase, spanning 4 kilometers in length from Irede Road to Oluti bus stop. This major strategic arterial road provides connectivity to Irede Road, Mumuni Adio, and Navy Town roads, improving the transportation efficiency across the area.
To borrow the words of one of the commentators that we watched in the documentary, he said quality roads, and that is the watchword of Mr. Governor, Mr. Sellable, Mr. Doable, Mr. Keep It Going Able. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? I will not waste much time, but to say this road, ladies and gentlemen, is not a parking space. It is not for container to be parking or articulated vehicles. It's meant for people to move along the road with. It's meant for people to benefit. Please, can we discourage? Own your road. I speak to all residents, own your road. Discourage parking of roads, parking of vehicles by the roadside. That is all we have to say, so that people can enjoy the benefits of democracy.
Still talking infrastructure and road commissioning. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says no part of the state will be left behind in the urban regeneration drive by his administration. The governor also restated his administration's unwavering commitment to the delivery of quality infrastructure to improve the lives of residents of Lagos State. The network of roads commissioned span a total length of 6.134 kilometers. The roads include Oba Dusumu Street, Oduduwa Way, Oduduwa Crescent, Shobo Arubiodu, and Shashegbon Streets. They complement Isaac John, Joel Ogunaike Street, Oba Ladejobi, and Harold Shodikbo, upgraded recently. According to Governor Sanwo-Olu, the network of roads would ease vehicular movement, improve interconnectivity, and also enhance the drainage network.
Ikeja GRA was once a primary residential area. It was known for its orderliness. However, and as recommended by Ikeja Model City Plan, it has evolved into a mixed development community. This growth in commercial and infrastructural activity, though very positive, has brought about a lot of environmental and infrastructural challenges. And for us to address those challenges, we have to accommodate future developments. We embark on infrastructural renovation to address and to reverse the flooding issues that you heard that people have complained about, the environmental and structural challenges that have been experienced by commuters, by residents, by business owners in this neighborhood. And our unwavering commitment at delivering quality infrastructure has been truly tested during the execution of this project. Of course, we were faced with several headwinds, particularly we saw all of the volatile, cost overrun, increase in construction costs driven by inflation. It created a lot of financial challenges for us. It at some point even threatened some part of the construction. But we're dogged, we're very resolute. We know that Ikeja GRA and Ikeja environment deserve the very, very best.
Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the residents to view the project as their own and be committed to responsible use of the roads.
You can see that this project believe it has a lot of social economic benefits beyond the job that it created during the construction time. It has also provided an opportunity to have a seamless day and night movement. You know, all of the flooding issues, all of the drainage issues are things of the past, you know, and we know that it also will have reduced significantly traffic gridlocks and traffic congestions in and around this neighborhood. And so by extension, it has improved the social economic value that we have here, and it has increased the GDP, the gross domestic product of the state.
In their separate remarks, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and the Chief Executive Officer of Air Peace, Allen Onyema, commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for his administration's developmental strides and good governance in Lagos State.
And see tomorrow now what you are doing. This place is now our own Ikoyi. Excellency, coming to commission this place during the day, you cannot see the beauty. Come in the night. Come and see what you have done. You and your deputy have turned GRA to Ikoyi GRA. We are happy now Ikeja, the state capital of Lagos State. Ikoyi is not the capital of Lagos State. So, Your Excellency, you have to, by the grace of God and your deputy, come and complete your job. These other roads, Ikeja must be better than Ikoyi. It will be the works of your hand.
I'm very proud of you. But one thing I have to say is that Allen Onyema is calling on you not to go into business but to remain in politics. Because we need you someday at that level at the center. I don't care, I don't give a damn if the president, or the ministers, or the commissioners, or the heads of agencies come from one village, as long as we get good governance. So it doesn't matter. I don't even care about zoning. So remain in politics. The problem we have in Nigeria is that the good ones are shying away from politics and leaving politics for charlatans. In Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we have found a new Nigerian leader. Keep it up. Keep it up. God will see you to the next level.
Speaking earlier, the special advisor to Governor Sanwo-Olu on infrastructure, Engineer Olufemi Daramola, said the projects were part of the administration's commitment to the urban regeneration intervention policy of the government. Lagos State government has reassured residents of the state that 70 million gallons of pipe-borne water shall be made available to them daily. Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said this during a citizen engagement forum organized by the Ministry of Information and Strategy.
Or you want to look at other infrastructure, such as roads. We are, as we speak now, commissioning about 35 roads, 5 bridges, and all of the projects spread across Lagos. Or you want to talk about food security, the kind of food hub that you have seen in Mushin, we are commissioning 5 others very soon. But we believe that Onjeko and the rest of the things that we are doing in Africa to pushing the effect of the national body of shortage of food and other things, and inflation generally. We believe that those things, 25% discount in markets, they cannot last forever. What can last, what can be enduring, is for Lagos to be able to have its own logistics hub, which we are building in Epe.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I am Love Oyedoku. Bye-bye now.
My name is Yemi Shodimu, the son of an Egba chief from Abeokuta, Ogun State, and a mother that hailed from Isalofi in Lagos Island. My early days were spent in the serene but beautiful city of Abeokuta. I experienced a community of people that cared for each other and elders that looked out for each other's children. You could not misbehave outside and believe that could be done with impunity. Someone was there to reprimand you, which of course was a better option. 2, you're being reported to your parents. Of course you knew the consequences of that. This automatically kept us in check. I had the privilege of growing up in the palace in Ake with my late grandmother, Olori Adejoke Gbadebo, who was the wife of late Oba Adeshina Gbadebo, Alake of Egbaland. This exposed me to the way our people celebrated our culture and tradition, even while mingling with people from other religions, such as Christians and Muslims, without any acrimony or rancor. The dignity of labor was also inculcated in us quite early in life. Apart from the normal house chores which I mandatorily did, in spite of the presence of house helps, I hawked old newspapers after school so as to learn the importance of contributing something to the home economy. Abeokuta provided the right ambience for the arts to grow and prosper while creating the desired recreation for the people in a friendly environment. The cinema affair, that is free cinema screening of cowboy and Indian films, was a favorite pastime. There was also the ancient Centenary Hall that was home to most of the Nigeria's traveling theaters. My grandmother was a lover of live theater, so I had the privilege of seeing the Ogun Days, Ogunmola, Duro Ladipo, Baba Salah, Baba Mero, and a host of others live on stage. This later in life influenced my career path. The social celebrations, including family celebrations, could run late into the evening or night without any apprehension about safety. This also afforded me my early exposure to popular music. I haven't seen Ebenezer Obey, Yusuf Olatunji, Ayinla Omowura perform live. I got so sucked in. Much later in life, all I wanted to do after my national youth service was to become a backup singer in Ebenezer Obey's band. In all, life was good then. There was a quest to achieve things in life. Parents pushed us to work hard, but there was also contentment that discouraged greed and avarice. I believe we can get back on track if we collectively decide to bestow on the generations coming after us a sane, dignified, conducive society. Let us talk about a brighter future and not the good old days. I therefore join Shemori in this collective and bold attempt at changing the narrative and doing it right for a better future.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. You might be surprised if Orufo has grown taller. He wears glasses and all of that. But hey, by the way, my name is Emeka Enyadike, and Orufo is around the corner here. We're just having a hostile takeover of his show as we talk about the digital opportunity in sports. And I'm going to be joined by my colleague, Mario Leo, all the way from Germany. But we'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going to get into the meat of the conversation. But say hi to your guys out there. I know that we've got a gun pointed on you. So,
hello everyone. We have a very august guest in the studio today. Like he said, he's doing a hostile takeover of the program. But I'm a very willing victim in this because he's been in sports broadcasting for forever. There's a lot he has to say, a lot of insights that you're going to hear over the next 40 to 45 minutes. So I'd implore you to stay with us. Joining us will be Mario, like he said, from Germany. Mario is the managing director and co-founder of Result Sports Germany. He's a world respected sports sports, a leading light in digital sports across the world. He's an author, and he wrote the best-selling book by Ronaldo, and he's going to be talking about all of these experiences. And if you're in the sports business space, you want to hear, what this digital media, lecturer, because he lectures in different schools, he's a public speaker as well, what he's going to be talking about when it comes to digital media and all you can learn from that. So get a friend or two to join you on this as we give you these insights. There's a lot you can learn that can change the way you look at sports and maybe open an opportunity for you or your organization. We'll take the short break. When we return, the business begins.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Sports Business with Orufuo Izaga. My name is Emeka Enyedike, South Africa-based sports consultant and analyst, proudly Nigerian and a digital native, as we would like to be called. I'd like to introduce our conversation today is around the digital opportunity in sports, and how Nigerian sports properties, Nigerian sports clubs, Nigerian sports federations, Nigerian sports brands, Nigerian sports leagues, how they can all, catch up with the rest of the world, because we are lagging behind. I mean, recently we released the Africa Football Digital Benchmark, and out of 100 teams, the top 100 teams, actually more than that, but the top 100 teams in Africa, there's only 6 Nigerian teams, with the first Nigerian team, Enyimba, showing up at number 60, and that's not very good, given the fact that we have a massive population in Nigeria and a very youth-centric, tech-savvy, digital-first community, very happily engaged on social media, but not enough engagement with Nigerian sports. So I'd like to introduce our guest today. Mario Leo is the founder and CEO of Result Sports, based in Germany. Mario and I go a long way back. We work very closely. Result Sports is a leading platform that has been using AI to track social media around the world. In fact, one of the first companies to do that, and Mario has been at the forefront of this initiative. And along with me, we co-founded Digital Sports Africa, where we've taken the same learnings from Result Sports into Africa and currently published that benchmark that we talked about. So Mario, you're welcome to the show.
Very good afternoon, and I'm very honored and glad to be on the show. Wonderful. Thank you for the conversation, for the invitation today. Emeka's hostile takeover has been granted and accepted. I very much look forward to a great discussion and conversation, look forward to all our topics.
Yeah, it's nice to see you have all those logos. Yeah, you don't have a Nigerian club yet. That's not very nice. Make sure next time I'm in Germany, I come with some Nigerian ones. But the first opportunity to look at is, for most people, they can't tell the difference between digital media and social media. If you can, just give a broad-based explanation of why there is something called digital media and how it's different from social media.
Well, obviously, digital media is the combined kind of connectivity of everything. It started literally in the late 90s, early 2000, where digital media kind of was born. And in this time frame, it was the email and the SMS which we sent to each other on our mobile device. There were no smartphones. There were no social networks at this point in time. It was just pure connectivity of digital foundation or the digital basis. And since then, obviously, digital media in 2010 has kind of gone into a juncture where obviously the website, the mobile apps and everything are owned by clubs, leagues and federations. But there's also obviously social media platforms who are external platforms driven by algorithms and with a huge amount of audience around the world connected to it. And that's why we combine it as digital media, everything digital, online marketing, online activities, and then obviously social media as external platforms. And that's the differentiator between the two subjects. So obviously social media is a discipline within the digital media, but it is not owned by the clubs. It's obviously relates to the big platforms of Google search, the internet searches, the meta world with Facebook, Instagram, Threads, obviously TikTok as the latest kind of social platform gathering around, and all of these platforms kind of have presence of sports clubs, leagues, federations, and of course athletes, which is our subject today.
Now let's look at the work that you've done around sports and how the evolution of social media, because you remember that if you go back, I think the emergence of Barack Obama as president and his run was a huge moment for Facebook. And at the time, some clubs didn't even take it seriously. And then eventually the next year there was Twitter. And if we look back even into Africa and to Nigeria, most people still have not adopted these platforms. As someone who has been working with a lot of the clubs in Europe, what were the experiences and why and how did they quickly jump on it? And then Africans are only beginning to wake up to it now.
Yeah, obviously we started to notice obviously this evolution in 2009 and in 2010. In 2010, we built a social media crawler to capture the data, and at that time it was quite easy because there were 3 platforms active: YouTube and Facebook, which started in 2007-8 in the US. Then 2009 roughly kind of crossed the Atlantic, and some innovative clubs started their journey on these 2. And then in 2010, obviously Twitter came along as the 3rd platform. And obviously what we did was every first day of the month, like 1st of February, 1st of March, 1st of April, we collected the community growth, and obviously noticed, especially in 2010 and 2011, a significant growth of sports communities in that. And it was very intriguing for us. It was very special for us. We reached out to the Bundesliga teams, 1st and 2nd Bundesliga. They obviously saying, yes, we are active, but we don't have a clue. It's a lot of trial and error based. It's a lot of understanding what's happening there. And we just noticed that the fans, or our fans, wanted a direct relationship with the club. And then obviously we established a monthly newsletter called Social Media and Sport Newsletter, which then derived to a Social Media and Sport magazine, and in final evolution in 2013-14 was called Digital Sports Media Magazine, because by then clubs started to have apps. Clubs integrated the social media icons on their website and kind of cross-junctioned all of it. And the growth was tremendous, by the hundreds of thousands every single month in terms of growth, on Facebook and on Twitter and on YouTube. And then obviously new platforms arrived, like Google+, Instagram, LinkedIn arrived fairly early on. So all these platforms we implemented into the crawler. And basically today in 2025, it's not only distributing information anymore, which is kind of in challenge and in competition to media outlets, broadcasters like Plus TV in Africa or in Nigeria, and obviously all the printed magazines and radio stations. Now today it's more like really a relationship between the fans and its club, and for players it's obviously being the idol and the role model, where many of teenagers, youngsters, young talents want to become like a Cristiano Ronaldo, a Leo Messi, a Kylian Mbappe, and it's building brands, it's building an image, it's building role models of the future. So with the pandemic from 2020 to 2022, obviously the role of social media has significantly shifted. And we see now obviously on a global scale that clubs like Real Madrid, FC Barcelona have more than 400 million followers on their social media platforms. We see Manchester United, Man City, obviously, with more than 200 million followers on their social media platforms, and the growth is tremendous. And the first one in Africa to kind of adopt it to this kind of global initiative or this global momentum were clubs in the Maghreb countries, Morocco, Algeria, and especially Egypt with Al Ahly and Zamalek. Those were the forefront of it, and very quickly, obviously, the business entities or the sports entities in South Africa, the Kaizer Chiefs, the Mamelodi Sundowns, and the Orlando Pirates kind of followed that, and obviously also saw a sheer huge spike of their social media communities in the beginning, like 2015, 16, 17 we're talking about. And today, Al Ahly is the only representative from Africa in the top 25 of global football. And there is obviously in Africa a tremendous opportunity. And with our benchmarks, which we started jointly with your help, Emeka, in 2017 for the first time ever, obviously was leading the forefront of it. We want to help African sports organizations, African clubs, leagues and federations to unlock the power of social media to build communities. And especially we see in Nigeria tremendous opportunity and possibility, because obviously in
hold that thought there, Mario.
Is not growing as we expect.
Mario, just hold that thought there. You mentioned Nigeria. But before we go to Nigeria, I think there's something that is missing in Africa. You define digital media, you define social media. Sometimes there's an interplay when you use the word, going from disseminating information to the point where we're now at the point where we're now engaging with fans. I think that in the clubs in Nigeria, the federations, they're still in 2009, where it's almost like they didn't know what they were doing. And so my question is, what is fan engagement? And how does it apply to social media and digital media? Because I think only when you understand that when you have 40, 50 million, you mentioned that Real Madrid and Barcelona have over 400 million, they've practically become media companies, because which media company has that number of reach? And you have, your global top 10, you have 422 million. That's a massive chunk of the global population. Orufo, you might have something to ask.
Yeah, I think that a question I would have wanted to ask, and I think that feeds into what you have said, is how much of your offline success affects your digital media traction, or whatever results you get through digital media? Because like what I see of the most successful clubs, is that offline they're very successful. Even with Al Ahly, offline they enjoy huge popularity. And is that something that we have to deal with first to grow the offline communities or the offline interest before we then push the digital platforms?
It can go in conjunction or for, because obviously it's really a combination, because we don't have time.
Well, it looks like his thing is freezing there, but I think the point that he's trying to make is that you have a scenario where the clubs that are very successful, when you look at the ranking, Real Madrid, Barcelona, they're very successful clubs on the pitch, but off it they also are. But when you look at, like in Germany, for instance, Bayern Munich is the most successful club, but a club like Borussia Dortmund, they fill up their stadium. They get an average of 80,000 people into the arena, and it doesn't matter whether they win or not. They haven't been winning in recent times, but they're able to attract that.
Yeah, to the point you made about the Nigerian situation, we don't have offline. We don't have much support.
Yes.
Our stadiums are still empty. And so do you think, I think he was going to say we have to build concurrently.
Yes.
So how do you think we're going to do this? What drives what?
I think to start with, the missing link for most Nigerian clubs is we don't tell our stories.
Okay.
Social media, Real Madrid and all of them, one thing that people need to understand is when there was COVID and there were no games, they didn't go to sleep. They didn't stop. They have a tremendous history that goes back sometimes 100 years. So they had enough content. We don't keep records. Growing up in Nigeria with NTA and all of these early platforms, they had very good content. We had all of the games that were there, and sometimes they used to have replays of those games. But today, how much of it is there? A club like Rangers, for instance, they were powerful in Africa. Shooting Stars won the African Cup Winners' Cup in 1976. Rangers won it in 77, and there was that massive rivalry between them. Then, of course, we had Bendel Insurance come on board in 1978, beating Rangers in the finals 3-0. There is enough history at the core. People talk about Enyimba. Enyimba only became successful in this century. Rangers have been there. Even clubs like stationery stores, even if stores doesn't exist, they probably could have a social presence, even if they're amateur. Because you find that, in Germany, for instance, there's a club in Hamburg that is called St. Pauli. And St. Pauli is the red light zone of Hamburg. Okay. But the football club, they have a logo that's like a cross and crossbones and skull, similar to Orlando Pirates. They have been able to turn that into a massive brand. Mario is a Hamburg fan, so he probably wouldn't like that. Okay. But that's the story. So when you look at a club like Shooting Stars, they are a very phenomenal club with very famous players. Shegun Odegbami came through there, Rashidi Yekini, Muda Lawal. So even if you're not talking about what's happening on the pitch today, there's enough story to engage with the fans.
And isn't that what digital media gives to you?
That's what it gives you, and that's the reason why. If you look at this ranking here, Man City, people talk about Man City. Man City is not a new club. Man City were a very successful club. Then because they were in the same city with Manchester United, Manchester United obviously became more successful after the 1958 Munich disaster. Yeah. And sometimes why history is important is that there are moments in history, like Zambia. I worked closely with Zambia when I was managing African football for Supersport. And the Zambian team, so Mario is back. Mario, welcome back. I don't know if we can still have you.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, welcome back. So maybe we go back to
the question.
You were trying to take the question from Orufo. For me, define fan engagement and then also the idea of successful clubs versus other clubs. How do you build side by side?
Yeah, no, exactly. And obviously we don't have time to spare or to lose in Nigeria. That's why we have to go on parallel tracks. Yeah, obviously many of the clubs are funded by politicians, by state ministers of sports and youth and culture. And obviously there is a media policy around which is just distributing content. And the majority of the content is just like in competition to a TV show or to a newspaper or to a radio session. And what the club media officers need to learn is they need to build relationship with the audiences, to build fandom, to enable fandom. So generate interest. Second step from generating interest is develop sympathy. From developing sympathy, you create fandom. And then from fandom, you create consumers. It's a natural evolution, and people want to out themselves as being part of the community. Of course, if you are a winner, if you win more games on the pitch than you lose, it's easier because obviously everybody wants to out themselves as a winner. And that's something very, very important to know and to understand.
Yeah, and I think, to that point, there was a case study we did with BBC Bayreuth, them, in the German basketball Bundesliga. They had a scenario where, back in 2015 when we went there, they would only post on social media when they won games. When they didn't win, they didn't post anything. And I remember having a huge argument over the reason why you had to. And so when you look at, you're watching the Premier League, and Arsene Wenger was coach of Arsenal at the time when they started losing games. He never stopped. Every time they lost a game, he still came out to talk to the media. He spoke to the media post-match interview, then he did the post-match press conference, and then he even did something remarkable. When he's driving out of the stadium, he stopped to speak to Arsenal Fan TV. So fan engagement is something that is an everyday thing. It's not something that you do just when you feel that like you win, and that's to your question. Yeah, do we still have Mario?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's very, very true. It's like I said, it's be there because you see, we're talking in sports. It's similar to the music industry. We talk about emotions and passion. People dedicate their time, their commitment, their fandom, their sympathy, their love to a club. And out of it obviously comes then a favorite player. And that's how Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi and Mbappe and even Zlatan Ibrahimovic or retired players have still an opportunity in social media, because obviously social media gives them the chance to connect to their audiences. And this we should always consider. That's why there is always the key and the focus to really build a relationship between you as a player, you as a club, and your audiences.
So now, Mario, you know, when Nigerian clubs, for instance, wonder why nobody comes to the stadium on a Saturday, you know, you're dealing with a Nigerian fan who is first and foremost an Arsenal fan, he's a Liverpool fan, he's a Chelsea fan. When he wakes up from sleep, picks up his phone, there is a post from one of the European clubs. When he wakes up, there is nothing from the Nigerian club. And so, you know, the European club is still letting him know that they have a game on the weekend. Every day they tell them which player is injured, which player is not there. And then on a Saturday morning when he wakes up, what he's thinking about is to watch the game of Arsenal and not going to the stadium to watch because, you know, there isn't enough information about the players even for the local teams.
100%, Emeka, that's very true. And unfortunately, I mean, if I would conclude from the far distance, and I hope I'm wrong, but if I would conclude at this moment in time, it looks like that Nigerian football fans favor the Premier League above the domestic NPFL league. And obviously, when you favor the international league, the Premier League, above your own domestic league, obviously you wait and you want their content from Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool, Man City, and you take it as a higher priority than content from Remo Stars or from Enyimba or from Rivers United. So you've got to be really developing a relationship, and I can see that happening kind of with the only business-owned club in Nigeria, that they try to build something. I thought last season Sporting Lagos was on a very good track in terms of combination between fans in the stadium and online fans. But it's only like a glimpse, yeah? And then this glimpse of strategy is eliminated again and doesn't prolong or doesn't continue anymore. And we've just got to build social media. We need to have a strategic plan and a strategic objective for our social media channels, because in 9 out of 10 cases, the smartphone is receptive for 16 hours. So the people, the fans, the audience is receptive for content for 16 hours. And therefore, we need to deliver a strategy or build a strategy on how to reach local audiences, how to reach regional audience, build our brand, build our club, build a relationship with our community, and grow the online audiences. When the online audiences are of significant size, we can kind of move the audiences from online into the grounds and saying, hey, big match coming, we need your support, and not just saying, yeah, today we play against the 9th position Heartland or whatever. We really build a relationship with our audience. The audience need to feel that it is required to come to the stadium, to give the full support behind the team, and be the 12th man of the team. That's an empowerment of fandom, which we need to kind of achieve in the NPFL.
Yeah. So if we look at the commercial side, before we even go into the commercial side, the question then remains that what exactly do they need to do as clubs here? What do they need to do? Because most of them don't even have digital staff. They have a press officer or a media officer who's a journalist, who maybe sometimes is a traditional journalist. He writes press releases, he writes match previews. You know, give us an example. For instance, you work with Man City, you work with Dortmund, you work with Roma. We can talk about your book and the impact of the transfer of Ronaldo from Real Madrid to Juventus. But first of all, with the clubs that you work with, what is the size of their digital staffing? Because in Nigeria, there doesn't seem to be this need to employ people specifically for digital media. Give us an example. Average, Man City.
I mean, I can start with the smallest examples. Yeah, obviously in the third tier, like SVW in Wiesbaden, who is a team who kind of promotes to the second division, then relegates again to the third division, here in the third Bundesliga, or the second Bundesliga, and then the third league. So they have 3 staff full-time for media and social media included. And then they have 1 or 2 voluntary staff who kind of come on match day and support, because there's so much ongoing and so much content needed for the social media platform. So they are in the third division and having 3 to 5 staff. Then obviously going into a regular second division team like Greuther Fürth, 1. FC Kaiserslautern, who's been in the past in the Bundesliga but are regular participants in the second division and are more kind of traditionally seen in the second division. They usually have 5 staff for media and comms, and they dedicate about 70% of their time for online media and social media, and 30% of their time for classical media. And again, on match days, they have 1 or 2 volunteers coming in to assist and support, like photographers, making sure that the pictures come be used unique and give to the audience unique on each platform. Then up to the big teams. I mean, when you look at VfL Wolfsburg, who is kind of a regular Bundesliga team, they have 12 staff in their sport communication team full time, and out of the 12, 8 are looking after social media. And then we grow bigger to Borussia Dortmund. They have about 23, 24 staff, including Borussia Dortmund TV, their own in-house TV channel, and produce content literally on a daily basis for the website, for the club TV, but also for social media, until obviously the big sizes like FC Barcelona, Manchester City, where there's more than 50 staff developing, producing content for the social media channels and for the in-house channels.
Well, thank you very much, Mario. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will unlock that. But by the way, 50 staff. That's a media company.
There's something else. There was a point you raised, and I'll just do this quickly before we go on the break. And that's the fact that most of the people saddled with the responsibility of winning fans over here in Nigeria are media people. And there's just such a dearth of marketing expertise in the sector. And that's because, and the problem is both ways. The marketing sector has not properly seen the sports opportunity. And the sports sector has not seen the marketing need. All right, and you know the marketing man thinks from the point of view of the fan or the customer and all of that. Those are things, rivers we still need to cross and all of that. But like you said, we'll go on the short break now. When we return, the business continues.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Welcome back. You're still on with Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. Like I said before, I'm not Orufo. He's here. Mario and I, we just took over his show today. We still have Mario with us here. Before we went on the break, we talked about the numbers. You know, how many people do these clubs employ? The one thing I wanted to emphasize here, and I think Mario will delve more into it, is when you have 50 people working on social media, then you're no longer just a club. It means that you are a media company. So Mario, please break down why most of these clubs have become such huge media companies now.
Well, first and foremost, because of the demand of the fans and the audiences, because that's what they desire, that's what they wish. They want everyday updates from the training ground. They want no pundits. They don't want gossips. They don't want rumors. They want quality directly from their clubs, which they love, from the clubs they follow, from the club they desire and aspire to be like that. So that's how the clubs kind of evolved. And obviously one key reason to grow manpower is that the media and comms department in the big European football clubs is not a cost center anymore, because they build internal products like the team lineups, the match day visuals, match day statistics, and all of this. And these match day statistics and these starting 11 or starting lineups are suddenly like products where sponsors can be represented, sponsors can be featured, sponsors can be activated. And the benefit for the sponsor is that suddenly a product or a brand becomes emotionalized by the club or by the player. And this emotionalization is obviously worth money and funds. So therefore these products are placed by partners and sponsors, and suddenly the media and comms department is a profit center, and a profit center from a board of directors and CEO level or management level perspective is worthwhile investing, because I want to generate more revenue and more money. So therefore obviously then the manpower grows in these teams, and this vicious cycle, or this cycle of evolution can really be enabled. Yeah, the following step is when you have more manpower, more resources, meaning more content, so you can produce more content. And when you have more content, obviously you can then have more content on your website and kind of have a user click journey from a social media channel onto your own platform, your website, and kind of connect with the audiences on your side. And then, like I said, build a relationship, building sympathy and building fandom. It's a natural evolution.
Okay. You know, I quite like that. And I think there's a point that needs to be stressed. The fact that if you get a media strategy right, it no longer becomes a cost, so to speak. Yes. It becomes a profit center, and then it runs itself, you know. But Mario, I think what I would really like to hear a bit more of, and maybe for the uninitiated as well, is how does this actually translate to the money that you speak of? How does your digital media translate to money for the clubs?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I fully understand that. Obviously, it's very, very similar to like a TV station or a magazine kind of funds their revenues. Obviously, they sell the product, then you have a subscription to that. But inside the subscription, you have advertisement. And this advertisement is exactly what I tried to explain earlier when I mentioned that the media team develops products. And you can see that obviously when you look into Manchester City content, for example, that you see very, very often a sponsor associated to the individual kind of feature, like the manager's press conferences, Pep Guardiola's press conferences. There is a sponsor associated presenting that match day conference. Then obviously there are sponsors associated alongside match day content, like the team lineup, like the match day graphics, the match day visuals, and we can see or see those examples very, very often, and that's something obviously building into that relationship. So the team or the media team kind of develops these products, and out of these developed products, we then see obviously from the revenue being paid for it. So if you look, for example, into the Man City women's account when they played their last Women's National League match against Leicester City on Friday, and their starting 11 was presented by Etihad Airways. So the sponsors are very, very credible sponsors, and they emotionalize their product or the content selected for them. They emotionalize their brand and their company with being present on social media. So the fans associate certain features, like the team lineups, like the matchday results, like matchday statistics, with a sponsor who presents kind of this format. And for this presenting of this format, the sponsor pays revenue or pays money, and this money flows then into the media team because the product origins from the media team.
So there are two things, Mario, to look at. Number one is that obviously they've got very, very massive size in terms of the fan base. They have a lot of fans. So that is number one. Number two is the possibility to geo-target, which means that they can have a sponsor, for instance, for the same lineup. They can have the lineup appear in a place like Singapore, and it's got a different sponsor, and it appears in Nigeria, it has a different sponsor. You know, understanding those metrics, you know, can become very, very useful. And you know, we know that there's only one internet, but you know, if you can speak to the possibilities in terms of how you can target different markets for your brand when it becomes global.
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, I mean, you can when you have the global reach, and obviously the benefit of digital is everything can be measured. We can measure every single click, and that's how we use AI and we use the Result Sports platform to identify whether that click is a local click from somebody, for example, at Rivers United from River State, somebody from Sporting Lagos from Lagos City. And every click can be associated to a location, to an individual. Obviously, we are fully GDPR compliant, so we don't go in infringing like a single user kind of scope or identification or identity. That's not the goal of it, but just to understand how many of our followers are domestic followers, how many of our followers are international followers. And if we then know the international followers reside in Thailand, reside in Indonesia, reside in Turkey, reside in Nigeria, we then can obviously then dedicate manpower and approach the people in their local language, in their local dialect even if possible. That's why you see AS Roma, for example, having a Pidgin Twitter account or a Swahili Twitter account for Eastern Africa. So they go directly in the dialect, in the language, to the audience where they want to reach the audience, because they know that there is a significant size of people from this country following their club, and that's why these offerings then are established. And that's why you need to work with data, with creative data. You need to understand the data, because data is not an enemy. Data works for you. And the benefit on the digital world is we can measure every single click. We can measure whether Orofour watches the Champions League highlights of Real Madrid, Man City tomorrow morning 3 minutes, or 3 minutes and 10 seconds, or 3 minutes and 15 seconds, or even have a full through play. That's all measurable. And then we can also measure whether there's a like or whether there's a comment on social media. And then obviously in the next cases, we can build obviously a direct relationship with Orofour, because we know that he will engage with every single content which we share out.
So it is important then for the club to know their fans. And this is one of the benefits of understanding the fan base, understanding the social media usage, and if you can, please explain the difference, because you know, when I go through Nigerian clubs, sometimes I find that they post the same content across everybody. They post the same thing on Facebook, post it on Instagram, post it on.
For example, like if you look into my family, Emeka, which you very much know, it's like my children, like my son, the oldest is 23, my daughter is 19, they don't use Facebook at all anymore. They use either TikTok or use Instagram or use Snapchat. And obviously, because they are younger, they want to be entertained. And an older audience, they want fact-based information. They want highlights.
Like Orofour, his age mates are on Facebook.
Yours are analog. But here I go. So see, in Africa and in Southeast Asia, Facebook is still the very, very dominating platform. So our monitoring system not only considers the age of the audience, we also consider in every single country which platform is most dominant and most relevant to reach the audiences. And Facebook and Meta, for example, they have done in many African countries, the MTNs of this world, the Vodafones of this world, have obviously bundled the Facebook data into the data package, so they are more accessible than other platforms. Like TikTok or so was not part of a data bundle, and therefore the cost of browsing on TikTok was much higher than on Facebook, and therefore many of the users in Africa are very active on Facebook still, and Facebook's relevance, especially Sub-Sahara, is the undisputed number one. Yeah, and Instagram and TikTok are rivaling for being number two. But you see a slight shift when you go into the northeastern Africa, like Tanzania, for example. you see there that Instagram is the most dominating platform, and that's just purely because of accessibility in the mobile networks of the platform.
Yeah. Okay, Mario, from the sound so far from you, I see that you've done some work in the Nigerian space, or at least you have some understanding of what's going on in the Nigerian space. What would you advise that we do at this point in time? Because our clubs have a problem with even being popular with the fans, not to talk about emotional connections. How do we use digital media to win back the fans? Because football here was very popular. Our football was very popular. How do we get the fans back and using digital media? Nigerian solutions.
Yeah, we need to shift obviously the journey of our club, and especially the club media department, because at the moment the club media department serves more and more the Minister of Sport and the Minister of Sport and Culture in the respective states, and these servants needs to kind of being shifted in becoming like serving the audiences and the communities. And in hindsight, or in the backstream, obviously, the Minister of Sports and Culture,
you mean the commissioner,
will be actually benefiting much more because the
Commissioner of Sports, then so that people understand it better at state level.
Say again?
Commissioner of Sports.
The commissioner.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. The commissioner. So the Commissioner of Sport will actually benefit much more. Yeah, if the focus is not solely on him or her in the respective states, but if the audience is kind of the area, because obviously then, we build a relationship, an online relationship with the audience. But before we do that, we obviously, all the teams have already started and being active on social platforms. So I recommend first do a socio-demographic analysis to understand who is your audience at this moment in time on the social platforms. Are they young? Are they old? Are they male? Are they female? Are they local? Are they regional? Are they national? Or are they even international to some extent? When you've done this social demographic analysis, you can build a 2-year strategy of where you want to be in 2 years from now, which obviously includes advertisement funds from sponsors and integrating sponsors at some point in time, which includes building a relationship with my audience and have a much stronger engagement with my audience into that, and then really empower the audience and being open to criticism, because obviously we all don't like to lose, but obviously there is in football a winner, very often a winner and a loser, and the biggest winner obviously claims the NPFL title, and that's all unleashing or unlocking emotions. So we need to basically understand the emotions of our community and evolve these emotions and be kind of a director or a conductor of emotions and passion and rebuild the NPFL status quo, which also means that at some point in time the NPFL need to be back on national TV, because otherwise you don't get the huge effect of visibility of the NPFL.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look, we have seen the evolution of clubs like in Tanzania, where all of a sudden you have 3 Tanzanian clubs in the top flight, and the assumption always is that it's only the old clubs who can do it. And we saw with Vandreza FC in Nigeria how they went from being unknown to becoming one of the top 20 clubs, even though right now they are outside of the top 2 leagues in the country. To what extent can you produce this, even if you are a fresh club, using Vandreza, for instance, as an example?
Yeah, I mean, Vandreza was really fantastic. I mean, first of all, they kind of worked a little bit with us, but they also kind of understood that obviously a new club, a new thinking club, especially by a business owner, had the benefit that he needed to be different. He needed to have a unique value proposition. And the value proposition he identified was a large audience, because obviously with a large audience he thought, and he believed, rightly so, that sponsors will be attracted by reaching out to these large audiences. So the younger the club, the more innovative the club is, the easier it is to gain these benefits. And we are here with knowledge sharing, with coaching, with training, with knowledge transfer into the clubs, because we don't want a monopoly on Digital Sports Africa or Result Sports. We want to unlock the power of social media and digital media at the clubs. So we want to share our knowledge and experiences with the domestic clubs and help them to develop the strategy, help them to grow the audiences, but also the sponsorships, because obviously we want the domestic sport to be the unrivaled number one and not an international sport, sort of taking over the local activities.
Look, Mario, that's a message some of us have been preaching for forever. But thank you for all that you have said. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'd let Emeka put in a last word, and maybe you quickly, so that we can call it a day. There's still much that you can say, obviously, and we're hoping that you can agree to come on the program again at some point.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Mario. It's great, always exciting to have this conversation. We have it almost every day. So, I think Van Dresa is a case study. Joe Duffier and the work that he did with Van Dresa is a case study which we are trying to put together to be able to share with others. Very fantastic. And we've seen it with Pyramid of Egypt, Cape Town City. These are all new clubs with new thinking. And I believe that at the end of the day, something we've also been doing with the Sports Apprentice is teaching young Africans how they can evolve with this program. And Mario has been a great mentor for a lot of that group. So thank you very much, Mario, and your final word to Nigeria and to Africa.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for the time dedicated for this subject and this topic. I know many others have been waiting for, and I'm very, very, very proud, very privileged to be on the show today. And next time, I promise I will be in the studio with you and not far away in Germany. So I will come and show my commitment to Nigerian sports and Nigeria itself to grow and unlock the digital potential.
Thank you very much, Mario. And that's our program for today. I've managed to wrestle back the program from Emeka, who's been a great friend and a great contributor to this program, a great supporter of the program. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and I just, personally, my wish and prayer is that Nigerians wake up, because we have the numbers. Yeah. You only need to look at what's happening with the music, Afrobeats, Davido, Burna Boy. Yeah. They have the numbers that the European clubs have, those kind of numbers. Maybe not so much, but they're doing certain things right, and it shows that our football can also be, and our sports, generally, not just football, every sport in Nigeria. We saw with cricket as well. So, we can be that good. Yeah,
I totally agree with you. And so that's the program for the week. Again, my name is Orufo Ezaga. Thank you, Emeka, and we'll be with you again in a week's time. Until then, this is me saying, be productive, be good, and stay safe.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Today, I am visiting Chinasa and Akanimo, two good friends of 8 years. Their friendship is the kind admired by people who know them. These two ladies share their friendship journey. They weren't so close even though they work together.
First of all, friendship is a blessing, especially if you're living in today's world. you can't just peddle everything that is happening in this world. You need someone else that probably sees the same, through the same lens, have the same values, and not just in front of people or in front of the camera as we are today, but behind closed doors. Someone that would not really push, but is patient enough to wait till you come around. Funny thing is that someone has asked me, especially concerning our friendship, I said, what if tomorrow, NASA turns like a sour grape? And my answer had been that I would forever be grateful for the times that we were friends, because they were excellent moments.
So friendship for me, to your question, is trust, respect, the ability to be yourself. And I like what Ike said, when I knew that we're doing this interview, I was thinking about it, like, you know what? In truth, like, nothing in life lasts forever. We do hope that this friendship continues for as long as God tarries, as they say. But I think that what I have also been able to categorically tell myself is that should this friendship go the other way, for some whatever reason, I can't imagine what that reason is, we're no longer friends, I will be grateful for the opportunity of this kind of friendship. And I say this because in a world where people can't even trust, the people around, not even family members, to find this kind of relationships, I'm just like, we're thankful to God that you can be honest and truth, you can get the truth from them. You can feel safe, like a safe space. That's what friendship is to me.
So there are a lot of things that we don't agree on. There are a lot of things, we have different tastes in different things. But at the end of the day, the core remains the same. So knowing, just as she said, the core, everything else we can take.
We haven't actually had a time where we've not been talking. And if it has happened, maybe it was just me thinking, I'm not talking to Ike and she's not aware. Like, she's totally oblivious. I probably called me. Sometimes I blocked her on WhatsApp. Like, I'm not talking to Ike. And then people are like, don't worry, it's not both of you. But even that was as a joke because, again, it's the genuineness of the relationship. Like, I can be a total, for lack of a better word, I can be a jerk sometimes. But I also know that she gets it. Like, she's not going to label me and say, oh, NASA is just this annoying person. Like, so, like, NASA is in one of her moods. And so I think with that appreciation, you're like, okay, yeah, I can always talk to this person. It doesn't matter. I don't feel a type of way.
It's a good thing that she's annoying, because sometimes she is annoying.
Oh, but she is too.
We did not like ourselves at first. So it's not
it wasn't love at first sight.
Now, if there's anything that our friendship has, demonstrated, is growth, gradual growth. When you see something is organic, this friendship is really organic, in the sense that it just grew from seeing that this person I like, and we kind of have the same principles. And the journey has been slow and steady. There's no forceful attempt to make, either of us friends. So it's not like sit down and tell me everything about your life, if not so this friend. We can become yeah, so we can become friends. So we catch up on it. And as we go, we take it every day. And till today, I'm still learning some things about NASA. She has friends from different circles that probably know more stories than I do. You get, and the same thing, vice versa. But, there's that steady growth. When it comes to personal development, we've been on journeys together.
Absolutely.
We're always seeking it, okay? Starting from, just wanting to be better at public speaking. So we've gone on Toastmasters journey together. We've done our MBA together. We're going to start French sometime together. We're going to do our project management together. Yep. And these plans are, I don't know, so it's not like we sit down and think about it. But we just know that we want to be better women.
The foundation of this friendship is being our shared development goals, personal, we're talking and like, I want to do this. Like, yeah, public speaking started with, how did I even start? I think
we said we were going to be, preparing to the next level of
where
life.
We're going in life.
Where we're going to in life. And we need to be prepared so that it doesn't take us by surprise. Moving from, moving to mid-management and then senior management and, being career women. We're like, we need to be prepared for this. No, we can't start preparing in the battle.
Or some people So we said, let's go and start Toastmasters, and we started that journey together, and then there was MBA, and then she had a mentor that she was gracious enough to share with me, and we have this one mentor that probably just thinks that these girls are crazy. But yeah, so I'd say it's the shared goals that's also one of the glues of this friendship. Like, we know that we're going in similar directions, so it's easier to sort of cultivate. So the people that are struggling with friendship, like I said, understand, first of all. So first, one thing AK said, you know, what are you, first of all, understand, who are you yourself, right? And do that self-assessment, be true to yourself. That's the only place that you can, that's the first place to begin. And then with that, you can attract the kind of people that you want to attract based on your own true self.
I think there's a reason why the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. And she just buttressed that point. You have to understand who you are. Accept yourself. Then know that friendship is not about modification. Yeah. Friendship is different from followership. If you want to be a leader or a boss of people, then go and gather people and pay. You know, maybe you have a company or followership. But once you come to real friendship, you must learn to coexist. Human beings are not perfect. Yeah. You must give an allowance for that, and you must take time to build that bank of trust. Yeah. You keep depositing into it, and you must build that. It takes time. Don't rush it. Don't force it.
Don't force it.
More importantly, be a happy person. Be
by yourself.
By yourself. Be what you can attract.
Yeah.
Be sincere, be true, and it will come.
Damilola Owolabi is a life coach who believes that friendship can be great, but explains that humans need to be intentional about being the right kind of friend before seeking real friends.
Most of the people that I deal with have challenge with friends, understanding them in their critical time and state. So when they come to me, we deal with the issue from the angle of, okay, before we start bringing your friend in, your family, can we deal with you first? What have you done to merit that friend? In our own or in his or her own time or downtime, what have you done to help him or her? Now, the painful part is if they have been loyal, if they have been good, if they have been supportive, and when it now gets to their time, they got stabbed at the back, you know, got condemned and all of that, it can be more painful, and it adds more to the trauma they are going through as at that time, and it helps them, it costs their healing to elongate.
Good friendship embodies empathy, compassion and concern for other people. It requires time and work, and could transcend race, culture and national boundaries. By valuing and celebrating friendship, we foster selflessness and gratitude, and these individuals share what friendship means to them.
It's a form of companionship, a union between two or more people, like do things together, play together, eat together.
Friendship is about sacrifice, it's about tolerance.
It's an affliction you have for one another.
Someone you can rely on, call upon, be dependable to, like someone that can be there for you.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind to everyone you meet.
Happy International Day of Friendship.
Happy International Day of Friendship.
Happy International Friendship Day.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind, be true, and be you.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? This is a week of Valentine, and so I'm sending you my love. I wish you joy, happiness, and laughter. After all, what is love without mirth? If you think you have no one special, pick up a mirror and you see love looking back at you. Shakespeare has nothing on my guest today, and his voice is smooth like velvet. Barry White, if you don't know, ask your mother. He has used poetry to capture the hearts of his special lady and fans alike. Fortunately for us all, he has published several books, and so We are free to borrow some lyrics. Join us after the break and get some romantic tips for this Valentine. I don't care what anyone says, Valentine's Day is special. And today I want to focus on people who found love a second time around and after a particular age. The reason is to give hope to singletons out there. Even WHO has some interesting ideas on how to spend Valentine's Day if you're single, because they recognize that loneliness triggers mental health issues. So they say, enjoy yourself, call friends, and do something that's good for your health, such as train for the marathon like I'm doing, and run for a good cause, or dance like no one is watching, because believe you me, no one is watching. So bring out some wine, bring out some tea, bring out something nice as we go on break. My guest today is Dr. Andrew Eyoyibo. He's become a regular here, a lawyer, an author, and a publisher, and he's a senior pastor at Ezra House. His book, For the Love of Ayami, is a collection of poems dedicated to his beautiful wife, Fumilola. After his first marriage ended in a divorce, Pastor Ode was blessed to find love when he was not looking. Their love story is inspirational, and it reminds us that life is full of pleasant surprises and divine interventions. When you think it's a wrap, God says, action. And so, action, Pastor. Welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you?
I'm jolly good, thank you.
Jolly good.
Very well, thank you. Jolly good. That's about it. Doing jolly good.
So it's a Valentine's week.
Yes.
And we're here to celebrate with this amazing, incredible ode to love.
Yes.
So tell us, who's this beautiful woman that is in front of this book?
That's my wife, Oluwafumilola.
Okay.
Oluwafumilola Orishe Meyiwegbemi.
All right.
Eyitemi Eyoyibo.
Okay.
And those two names I gave to her.
I wanted to say, did her parents do all this work? Okay.
Orishe Meyiwegbemi means God gave this one to me. And Eyitemi means this is my own.
You know, every time you talk about your wife, you know, you just have this star popping out in your eyes.
Well,
and all of that. She's a beautiful woman. I've had the pleasure and privilege of meeting her.
Yes.
But before we get into the story proper, this is not your first marriage.
No, sadly, unfortunately, it's not.
You're a pastor.
I'm a pastor.
How did that happen? You're not widowed, so.
How did it happen? Well, it's like this. Marriage, a successful marriage is based on two things. Husband loving his wife as Christ loved the church, living his life for her. Wife submitting to, fitting in with, and respecting the husband. As the church does to Christ. Those are the basis of success in marriage. So there are two reasons why marriages succeed, right? Everything else is commentary. Everything is a story. There are also the two reasons why marriages fail. If a husband is not loving his wife as Christ loved the church, living his life for her, and the wife is not submitting to the husband and fitting with his plans as Christ does to the church, the marriage will fail. So when people ask me, how did it happen? Now, they want to hear a story, but I don't have stories to tell. All I have is just that simple statement. I obviously did not love my wife as Christ loved the church and laid his life for her. And she obviously did not submit to me as she ought to. And that's it. That's always the rest of the failure. Everything else, every story I can tell here is a commentary. And of course, the problem with stories sometimes is that they're almost invariably self-serving. So I'm going to tell you what a wonderful chap I was and, you know, what a nasty piece of work she was. And that's not true. I mean, that's just not true.
So what do you say, because you're a pastor, so it's very important for people to understand that if a marriage is not working, the people should not be sentenced to staying together.
Okay, that's a theological point. Now, on the face of it, you open your Bible, the face of it, the clear face reading of Scripture.
Yeah.
So the only basis of divorce is marital unfaithfulness or infidelity.
Yes.
That's it. When that's the only basis that
a woman's infidelity, not the man's own.
Well, in that particular case, actually, Because remember back in the day when Jesus was making that point, divorce was not available to the woman. It was available just for the man. That was a completely patriarchal society, right? But of course now it has to be both cases. So one or the other, whether it's a man or the woman who is unfaithful, married unfaithful. There's some depth to the other, but we don't go into all of that stuff. That's the basis of it. Then of course there are all sort of exclusions in the Bible, right? If two people cannot live together, let them be separate. But then let them remain unmarried. That's one thing there. If two people are married, one is a Christian, the other is not a Christian, and the non-Christian says, I'm not happy to live with you, let them be divorced. There's no problem with that situation. You can remarry again. So there's only exclusions there. So I would not be sort of honest to my own scripture to say, based on my experience, that you can just willy-nilly live your marriage because, this, that, or the, it is not that. That said, my general understanding is that the fundamental reason why marriages don't work is because of the hardness of the hearts of the parties, either one or both, right? So that's what Jesus said. In the beginning, there was no provision for divorce. There was none at all. But because of the hardness of your heart, Moses gave you the right to a bit of divorcement. That's where divorce came. All right. So that said, after saying all of that, I'm making sure I'm not sort of giving some exculpatory answer just because I had that. I'll agree with you. If you're married and you're not happy, and you've done
all you're supposed to
everything you're supposed to do, all of that, you're not happy. And of course, whether it's physical abuse, that's not even the question. That's not even the discussion. Yeah. Whether it's physical abuse, that's not the question. Now, the abuse that we don't recognize that much is emotional abuse.
Okay.
Which is a terrible thing. And the verbal abuse, of course. Now, if there's an abuse situation, you're not obligated to stay in that situation.
But people can fall out of love.
Right. Now, if it's just that, that's no basis.
Okay.
That's no basis. Now,
you can tolerate and remain.
Yeah, because remember, the love we're falling out, it's not real love now. It's infatuation. Because this Valentine's Day that we're celebrating, by the heart of it, what I call the giz-giz. My heart is making jiggy like an away.
This is another love book.
Yes, sir. My heart is making jiggy like an away. You know the song back in the day, Otejo Jordan in Benin.
Yeah.
Oh my darling, oh my lover, when I think of you, my heart is making jiggy like an away. But when I see you, my heart is making meow meow. That's infatuation. That's not love.
Well,
so when someone says I'm falling out, that's what they're talking about.
Okay. We'll take a short break because we're here to talk about love, not falling out. When we come back, we'll talk about you falling into love again. See you after the break.
Hi everybody, my name is Beverly Osu. Shout out to Plus TV. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it's the Literary Bar, and this is our Valentine's Day episode, or Valentine's Week. We're talking about people finding love a second time. Our guest today, Pastor Ode, is a pastor who was divorced but found love the second time. He was talking to us about why people would divorce, end a marriage for whatever reasons. He's not advocating that, but he was blessed to find love a second time. His book today is dedicated to his very beautiful second chance at love. So, without further ado, we're just going to get into some of the beautiful poems he wrote to his wife. I'm going to give you the book you gave me in love. You give it back.
I'll give it back.
Oh, yeah. The second act.
The second act. This is from For the Love of Ayami. Ayami is Shekeri for my wife. Iyawomi in Yoruba. The second act. This is not a stage acted play of a life in fiction. This is the second act of the active verb that is holy matrimony. For her, the first act was a blast of joy. Business started early, but left unfinished by clammy hands. With all the incidents and accidents in the long, drawn-out process of becoming, but underneath all, the divine joy and pleasure. His first was a blast of failure and recrimination, of antipathy and too many borderline states of mind. The noise was intense. It could not have mixed metaphors stand the heat. He bailed out, he bolted out, was pushed out. What does it matter? The first act ended in a blast of failure. Now this, the second act, on the table. Love without defense, an uncommon openness and vulnerability, a certain teenage naivety, the joy of life and the thought of the other. There's also history and memory, burdens, baggage and trauma. Where it is he was prepared to feast. We expect that though we walk through the valley, he'll help us through and out. He is Ebenezer. He has the word of completion. His indwelling spirit and word will see us through. And having done all to stand, we will stand out in the timbre and luster of our nascent love. Amen.
Amen. Wow. I told you Shakespeare had nothing on you. Neither does Barry White. If you don't know Barry White, ask your mother. So, your first wife was widowed, and so may his soul rest.
Second wife. Yes.
Your second wife, yes, was a widow.
Yes.
When you guys met.
Yes.
So, and it was a happy marriage from what you wrote. But yours was a blast, but not that kind of blast.
No.
Your own was the bass booze of the blast.
Yes.
Here you try to explain in this very lovely poem how her joyful union and your
less than joyful
union eventually came together. Divine intervention.
Yes.
However, you guys met at a cemetery?
We met first time on the plane.
Okay.
Second time at the cemetery.
Okay, and that's some sort of a resurrection.
Yes.
Resurrection of love.
Yes.
But when you got your divorce, did you ever think you'd get married again?
Yes.
You knew?
I wanted to get married again.
Okay.
I wanted to get married because, it's like this. From the first, I wrote an article about marriage and family at the age of 14. I've always been a believer in holy matrimony and conjugal felicity. That's the word we use there. I've always been a believer in marriage. I just like that idea. Now, but because I got the first one, and evidently I was very bad at it. But I was that bad at it. I was still a strong believer that this thing is supposed to be something. When Adam saw Eve and says, "Oh, this is bone of my bone," there was joyful exhilaration.
Adam had no option. He had not seen a woman before.
Well, yes, no. But remember, all the animals are supposed to be options.
Really?
That was the plan.
Oh my God!
It was naming them. It was naming them. He named them.
Yes.
So he was naming them. When he saw this one, he named a woman. Why? This is bone of my. Something spoke to him.
Right.
So there was a joyful exhilaration about this thing. So I knew that. So in spite of all the hurt and the pain, the trauma, disappointment, the failure, all of that stuff, I knew I wanted to get married again, but I knew you had to be something.
Why are people so scared of getting married, even first time or second time? Why?
Well, first of all, because they don't. I mean, like you remember where I said it from. I believe marriage. I believe in marriage. I believe marriage is the second most important thing on earth after getting born again. Is the person to whom you get married, right? And I believe marriage is supposed to be a crucible of happiness and health and healing and all that stuff. Now, if you have that fundamental belief, you go ahead and do what you got to do. But if that's not your belief, if you're judging from your experience, what you've seen around, what you heard around, what you felt around, of course you're afraid. So you're basically judging from your trauma, not from the revelation of God's word about what marriage is supposed to be.
A lady got married recently at 53, and everybody was like, what, is it still possible? And she was saying that delay is not denial.
No, it's not.
So, like I said, I'm dedicating this show to people who are finding love at a later stage in their life, or even the second, or maybe even the third time around.
Sorry, my cousin got married 2 weeks ago at 65.
Wow.
Second marriage in America.
Is it better? Second marriages?
Oh, she called me. She was sounding like a 16-year-old, all giggly and in love and all that kind of stuff. You know, I mean, that was like, ooh, wow. And when I saw her picture, she looked so different. It was amazing. It was amazing. 4 months ago, my very close older sister, sister, got married. She was 64. Just 3 months ago. She was a widow.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you know, everybody tries to give this impression that after a particular age, your sell-by date is gone and there's no hope.
Those are the stories we tell ourselves, right? They're basically journals of hope and expectation.
Yes. So what do you say to someone who's struggling and thinking that life has passed them by after a particular age?
Well, tell them that is the story you're telling yourself. So change your story. Change your story. You got to change your story. You got to change the story you're telling yourself. When you're telling your stories of hopelessness and failure and defeat and despondency, you're telling stories based on your history. But you got to tell stories based on your future, your imagination, your expectation, your desire.
So your first marriage was a blast, as you said, all the wrong reasons.
Yes.
How did you make it better? What changed the second? What did you learn from that one that you applied to this one?
The good thing was, first of all, I didn't get married in a rebound.
Okay.
Right, so there was some time between the separation. Separation was reserved for 6 years before the divorce. Then the divorce, another 6 years or so before I got married. So
now you're married to Ayomi for
yes.
How many years now?
It's going to be 10 years. Next is 10th anniversary. The next one we're celebrating the 10th anniversary.
Wow.
Yes. So but between that period, there was a growing and a learning. I mean, I wrote so many different profiles of the kind of woman I wanted to marry. But I also understand that when you're writing a profile of the kind of woman you want to marry, you got to write a profile of the kind of man you need to be to qualify for that kind of woman. It's like, when you talk about the Proverbs 31, now remember Proverbs 31 woman, that virtuous woman that we preach about in church so often, and we use as a stick to beat up the women.
Yes.
It was not written to women.
Thank you.
It was written to the man.
Please tell them.
It was actually written, it was the queen telling her son, this is the picture of a woman. But then the fundamental question was, what kind of man do you have to be to qualify for this kind of woman?
Bam. Tell them.
Because the first 10 verses were addressed to the prince himself, telling him what a king should not do, what a king should not be. He must be a man of courage, a man of virtue, a man of wisdom, all that kind of stuff. Then they now went to describe this woman. So the question was, what kind of man do you have to be to marry this paragon of excellence?
Imagine.
Right? So when I was writing my profiles, and I went over some years, I wrote this kind of woman I wanted to be, and then now wrote the kind of man I needed to be to qualify for the kind of woman. An exercise I didn't do first time around.
Okay.
Because remember, talk about where you
so
live.
Is it age and maturity?
Age and maturity.
Okay. But I want to find out, lightly, because I still want you to read the eponymous title.
Yes.
How did you chase her? What did you tell her? How was the chasing?
Well, I met her on the plane.
Okay.
We got talking. And she told me she was a widow.
Oh.
And we just talked and talked. I didn't tell her much about myself. They just asking lots of questions. And we were talking. Then I then said something like, so I said to her, so I think I'm getting married again. She said, oh no. She's not thinking of getting married again. I mean, she had a very happy life. Her husband was a very good man. She doesn't really want to start bothering thinking, how is she going to be that kind of person again?
Yeah.
So I then said something like, you must always live with possibility. The possibility that you might get married again. As I remembered my question, I said to her, was a beautiful woman like you doing not remaining single. You're young, you're beautiful, what are you doing? That's what I said to her, and then we left. Then 6 months later, I didn't see her again for another 6 months. That was at the cemetery.
Wow.
We've been talking. Yes.
That's really...
6 months after that meeting in the cemetery, 5 days after that meeting in the cemetery, we got engaged.
Sharp. Sharp shooter.
It's clear.
So, okay, before we round up, there's no way we're going to end this program without actually hearing the poem that is the title of this book.
Yes.
Once again, I'm borrowing you new. Give it back.
Thank you. I'll give it back to you. For the love of Ayami. For the love of Ayami, my wife, Olukumi, my beloved confidant, I cut up onion slices, not minding the programmatic agitation of my tear ducts. I discovered my hidden domesticity, hidden not under the shadow of the Almighty, but in my story and history. Love certainly does things, apart from making the world go round, that is. For the love of Ayami, I have become my best self, even winning paternal commendation and approbation for the choice I made and all the extent consequences intended or not. For the love of Ayami and for her sake, I obtained additional favor. She's a good thing that like a dynamo keeps on giving, keeps on generating. Iyaomi, who in short order has become the engine room of my life. Unlike John Galt, she will not collude with others to take out my running motors. For the love of her husband, the answer to the prayer she never knew she prayed, she will not. For her sake, and by her grace, I take my seat in the magic circle, and with the elders at the gate, I live a charmed and charming life by the graced favor of my connection with Ayami. Ayami, my wife, Olukumi, my confidant, my beloved.
Oh my God, a round of applause for you.
That's all myself.
That's so beautiful.
Yes.
Yes, and even taking time out to write this, with her in mind.
And 10 years later, it's still as true as I ever said. It's more true now, actually.
Yeah, and it shall be.
Amen.
For years and decades to come.
Amen.
God bless you, and God bless the beautiful Mrs. Fumilola Eyoyibo.
Yes.
God bless your family.
Thank you.
As always. And God bless every single